Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Am I touching the microphone? Yes, I am touching the microphone. Hello, guys.
Hi, Michael.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good call back.
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
I'm sorry that we had to do that to your team yesterday.
Oh, no, I don't.
He's rooting for it.
I know how much it hurts you to watch.
Not a bit.
We're old rivals, man. We go back to the NFC West. You know, it was weird because the Saints were in the West. The Falcons were in the West. I mean, we had a pretty good rivalry going there, too, there for a while. You know, you had the playoff win against us. Flipper Anderson had like 800 yards receiving against you.
387?
Flipper? Was he a Dolphin?
Remember Osakeem,
Wasn't
John?
his real first name.
Remember Osakeem?
What was his real first
No one is responding to me.
Osakeem
Osakeem muffed a
Willie
punt.
Flipper Anderson.
Flipper Anderson.
Willie, yeah.
We're talking about Flipper right now, Josh.
Right.
That was Sunday Night Football, too, on ESPN.
I remember it very well. Look, man, I don't want them to win games.
Sorry.
I don't want them to win games.
I know you don't want the Rams to win games. That's why I'm sorry.
I don't want the Saints to win games. I want this is a battle for the first overall pick. It's going down. Tennessee, New Orleans. It's a battle. Jets. It's a battle. We got to win this battle. Lose. First time they've been 1-8 or this low bet of a record since 1980 when we were selling bags.
Really?
Behind the
When they went
bags.
0-14 to start, yeah. First time.
God, I would have thought there was at least another one in there somewhere.
No, they really haven't had a lot of first overall picks because they've all too many
Right.
times they've been mediocre.
Not bad.
But not bad enough. They were bad enough because of Katrina, obviously, and how bad that year was.
Yeah.
And so that allowed them to get the second overall pick, but they don't get the first round pick for it.
How do you think the Dolphins
They
Saints?
took George Rogers with the first overall pick.
How do you think the Dolphins
that's right,
Saints
they
game is
did.
going to go?
The two games where I'm worried about the Saints winning are Tennessee and the Jets. Excuse me, the Jets and the
suck.
Dolphins.
Yeah.
Jets and Dolphins.
When do those games happen?
Like December 21st or something like
So
that. for the
there is a
Jets.
real chance here
The
for
the
a
Dolphins won.
tank bowl.
Dolphins
Like
is
both
November
teams.
30th.
Oh, so that's sooner. So
Uh-huh.
I think it's almost the same day. If you look up when the Saints beat the Jets in 1980 to win their first game in Week 14, I think it's like almost the same day as the day when they're going to play the Jets.
But there's a real potential that both teams will be going above and beyond to tank.
Yes. Well, they won't say that. The Saints are saying
I know
they're
they
still
won't say
trying
it.
to win. They're still playing guys to win. They ran a bunch of Taysom Hill plays yesterday, apparently trying to win.
I think the
See,
Dolphins tank is officially on. Right
I
now.
think
They haven't traded anybody.
they need
Yeah.
to. They need,
Jalen
They've
Phillips.
traded
Yeah.
Phillips.
Jalen
They
Phillips.
traded
Yeah.
Phillips to the Eagles, and they get a
Yeah.
first round pick, right?
That's good.
they need. That's a game they need to flex to like a Saturday window by itself.
Big Ten
Because I want
Saturday
to
night.
see this.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
want to
disgusting
see
game.
two teams attempting to tank without attempting to tank.
Right.
I want to see this.
Well, you start your third string quarterback, whoever that is,
Quinn
Who
Ewers,
is your third string quarterback?
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill,
Well,
and
no,
Quinn
so
Ewers.
they have on the practice squad.
Well, yeah.
The little dude is still on the practice squad. The one that got
yeah.
busted for steroids.
Spencer Rattler.
No. He's the second string quarterback.
Oh.
The third string quarterback is the guy who they drafted 3 years ago. They thought could be the next Drew Brees. He's like 5'9". He's a little tiny fella.
Tiny baby boy.
But they actually busted him for taking steroids, and he got suspended for like 2 games. Oh, what's that little dude's name? He's so tiny, little tiny dude. I can't remember.
Okay,
He's on the
looking here.
practice squad right now.
He's not. Oh, he's on the practice.
Yeah, he's
squad.
not on the
I'm sorry.
official team. He was on the team last year.
Dang it.
Look at the roster from last year, but I can't
Saints
remember
practice.
his name. Little tiny dude.
practice squad. Let me see if it's on here.
I'm gonna
Practice
Google that.
squad
I'm
for
like,
2025.
What's the name of the little tiny guy who plays quarterback?
The
for the
little
Saints?
tiny guy. I hope your phone says we don't call people tiny anymore.
Oh, hey,
Hunter
hey,
Deckers.
No.
Speaking of that,
Oh, no, he's from Iowa.
we're
West.
watching Bills Chiefs yesterday, and Jim Nance said something midget football, and Risk goes, what did he just say?
Oh, she's never heard of it?
She's there. I was like, that's what it's called.
That's what it's called.
That's what it's called. I said, yeah, it's called midget football. And she was like, I don't think it should be called.
It's like
I love it. It's been called Jake Hayner.
Jake Hayner.
It's like
Okay.
the type
Fresno
of
State.
racing.
He's
It's
listed
Fresno
as
State.
6'1".
He's my ass. My ass.
Wasn't Kalen DeBoer? Kalen DeBoer was his head
Yes,
coach,
he was.
wasn't he? Yeah,
And
yeah.
they loved it. They drafted him because, the Derek Carr at the time.
Yeah.
Derek Carr, Fresno State. He was Fresno State. They were like, it's his mentor and everything. If he's 6'1", I'm 6'7". He is nowhere near that. When he is on the bench, you can't even see him. That little dude.
So what you're saying
Incredible.
is 6'1" is his gimmick height.
That's definitely not his height. That is definitely not his height. Not his height. Speaking of that, does gimmick have a bad connotation?
Now, did you hear about
Gimmick?
this?
What's this?
So yesterday, or not yesterday, during a pregame show.
Uh-oh.
in
What
the
did
o-
Michael
well,
say?
No. In the
Brownie?
No. In the opening segment, I
think he's
was just
Oh,
talking about
I'm
like
not allowed to say
all
that
that
word.
because both teams were kind of in their own head case, right? USC's got a head case about road games and being in the cold, and Nebraska's
I was
got a
wondering,
head
did somebody
case.
get mad at you for saying derp?
No.
Okay.
I just said, in referencing the blackout, I said Nebraska's not good in these gimmick
And I'm just
games.
tired of him calling them gimmick games.
Okay.
But it's true. Gimmick that's what it is. That's what a
Negative
gimmick.
connotation.
No,
agree
it
with-
doesn't.
It's a great,
I
I'm
mean,
with
it's not-
Michael.
No,
I
you
don't-
guys are not
I
right.
don't
Yes.
think gimmick has a negative
It's
connotation.
Thank you,
literally-
Nick.
It literally says
No.
gimmick has a negative
Now,
connotation.
part of
No,
it is
okay, hold
John's
on.
tone.
Okay, settle down. Gimmick.
Got him.
Gimmick.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you didn't get anything,
Got it.
idiot. A trick or device intended to attract attention, publicity, or business.
Like a
That's
pretzel
the
bun.
definition.
Deceptive with little value.
That's another one.
Oh.
Gimmick generally has a negative connotation.
That
Generally,
is-
but not always.
Not
I'm
always.
telling you, I'm telling you, I understand what you guys are saying.
Nick
I said
Smith-
this to you before. The majority of time in sports, when you're
Yes.
saying somebody's being gimmicky, you are giving them it's a negative connotation.
Yes.
They
Who's,
cannot perform correctly. They have to be gimmicky to do it.
Do you know who Randy Poffo is?
Of course, I know who Randy Poffo is.
I don't.
His gimmick was Randy Macho Man Savage.
Yes,
That's a positive.
that was no, not really. If you think
Yes,
about
it is. Yes, it is.
So his gimmick,
Because he made money
his
with that gimmick.
His gimmick was at the time when he was Randy Poffo was the fact that he was a part of a circus. Remember, the family
Yeah,
supposedly
yeah.
was a circus. That was the gimmick, right? His alter ego was not. That's not his gimmick. His alter ego is Randy Macho Man.
No. They call it in the business his gimmick.
Oh no, I get what they also call it a face when somebody's that doesn't translate into the real world. The real
Yeah, it
world
does.
No, it doesn't. It's
Yeah,
that
it
is a
is.
wrestling connotation.
But that's what they call
It's
it, and that's
separate.
why I
if I
use
say
it that
somebody
way.
if somebody doesn't watch wrestling, I say that person's a face. They're gonna know what I'm talking about. But if you say gimmick, the majority of people thinking that is a negative
disagree,
connotation.
but
When
all
you
right.
first and the fact that you do say it with the absolute hate of an old person,
Gimmick.
yes,
No,
makes it
all
even
I said.
worse.
No, what I was referring to, I said these gimmick games, meaning when they go all white, when they
You
go
said
black,
these
when they
gimmick
do
games.
these guys.
That's
No, I
these
didn't.
Gimmick games.
It's your
It's like, you know what? Last year, people got really mad at John and I because we kept describing the run game as Mickey Mouse run game.
That's a bad connotation. Yeah.
I would, and I,
Well, it
I would
was.
own
I-
up to it.
I-
But if
I-
it works,
Right.
I'm okay with it.
Right.
Yeah.
For the record,
I like
The
saying Mickey
Blackout-
Mouse.
gimmick.
it was
But
very successful. It was a wonderful
It was
presentation.
successful.
yeah, I saw your
Wonderful
tweet.
presentation.
It was successful. Again,
Sean liked it. He thought it was cool.
No, I didn't
presentation.
say I like it.
Oh.
I just said fundamentally I'm against it,
But
but I think they started something tonight.
it was pretty
yeah,
cool.
it was incredible. It was, and
It looked
I was
amazing.
surprised. I
The
was surprised
field of the stadium was
at
incredible.
the participation.
No, I see. I thought
Like, I thought I would
it'd
see
be
pockets.
90%. I thought it'd be 90%. That's what I thought it would be.
I thought it was
It was
100.
more than 90%.
I mean,
No, there were lots of reds. I mean, there were. I looked
Well-
at my binoculars, and there were a lot more reds than I thought. It's just hard to see.
right.
You know, it's hard
It-
to see them when it's so much black.
I made this observation to Gary, but when you look across from where we sit and you look at the suite level on the
Yes.
east side,
Yep.
that stood out more. That they had
It
lights.
popped. It popped.
They
Was
had
that you who
lights
tweeted
on.
that?
Yeah.
On Saturday? Yeah.
Yeah, because you look across, it's like, Gary, do you notice this? Those lights, they like stand out more
Yeah.
because the crowd had such a dark
Yeah.
background that the lights in the suites stood out. Did you notice the
balloons
and the balloons too?
going up against the big
Yeah.
screen. That looked amazing.
Did you notice they had the black shirt logo up against Old Father Hall? They had a light on it.
No, but I don't know what the hell Omaha Hall is.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, that's the building outside. That's the tall building outside the stadium.
The one you used to be able to see from East Stadium.
It was up against the chemistry building.
I really don't know what that is either.
Okay, well, it's those white buildings just outside.
I walked past those, but it was light when I got there.
Right, but during the game,
that's cool.
They had the black shirt logo, like one of those spotlights. And
that's cool.
And they put it up there.
Yeah, like they do cool. Downtown with volleyball.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought they did an excellent job.
It was great planning.
I did an excellent job in every
area.
It helps that the university finally truly got behind it.
They committed to it.
They really did. They did it in the best way imaginable.
Yeah, all the kids when I got there like around 2, I think it was, and just walking across campus, and everybody I saw, the only person that didn't have on black were the yellow coat guys. The yellow coat guys were there. Other than that,
Josh, I thought you couldn't go.
I was not there. I was at home.
Sorry,
yellow coat.
He said yellow coat guy.
Yeah. I was going to wear a black coat.
He didn't say reflective coat.
Yeah. I was going to wear a black coat.
See, that's the next gimmick. They need to do reflective coat night.
Interesting.
And then imagine when everyone's like shining and the other team's trying to drive. It's kind of like my idea to turn the South Stadium into a parking garage and everyone's up there honking their horns and flashing their lights. You need those kind of distractions. See, that's the problem with blackouts, whiteouts, all this other stuff. It doesn't distract the other team enough. But if you build a parking garage,
it 3 false starts.
Well, that was because of the crowd noise. I don't know,
but that's because they were wearing black. They were more fired up.
I think a reflect out could work. All the trim on the uniforms are just reflective, like
fired up
construction workers.
Well, they actually did that once. It was the duct tape uniforms, and they were the worst things ever. And Kevin almost quit broadcasting altogether because of it.
Do you guys think that they should have incorporated any more red? So, for example, on the pants, maybe the stripes, you have red stripes, or
I
red
think
stripe
it would have
between the right
No,
stripes?
I think it would have looked cooler.
No.
You know where the red was? Did you guys see the red?
No.
So their shoulder pads inside they were red.
Oh.
Well, Justin Evans's undershirt was red and it was hanging out the back. And it looked funny because I'm like, damn, that is the only red on this field outside of USC.
If you were looking through the binoculars like I am, you see it because the shoulder pad part, you can see it was red.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the only I could see.
Yeah.
It was an accent, essentially.
Yeah.
It was a red accent.
But no, I don't think, again,
because they weren't going to change the color of the whole
thing. I wouldn't change the uniform. I like that it's very simple.
I thought the band looked great. They had those sweatsuits they bought for them that were all black. Looked great.
The lines were probably horrible, but the band
the lines were great.
They have I'm going to be serious for a second.
Okay.
We did this. They are much better today than they were 5 years ago.
Really?
And so I spend a lot of time around bands now, obviously, and I spend a lot of time around the band teachers, Mr. Mount and Mrs. T. And we were talking about this because if Logan would ever go or whatever, and they agree, they had to bring all new people in to work on the lines, to work on their playing. Their playing right now and marching at the same time is better than they've ever been.
See?
Is Mrs. T married to Mr. T?
No, you should see Mrs. T. She's awesome. But her last name has got 37 last letters in it. Nobody can pronounce it, so we call her Mrs.
Supercalifragilistic.
So she's not married. So she's not married to Mr. T.
No, she's married to a fine gentleman. I don't know his name.
Bob.
I've seen him.
But would people refer to him as Mr. T because they can't pronounce?
I believe that is. The funny part about it is that her last name, her first name is harder to say than her last name.
Really?
And so that's why we call her Mrs.
Where's she from? Is she?
I would say probably Filipino, maybe Philippines.
I mean, how cool would it be? You want to get a band in line? I pity food doesn't put these lines together.
That would be. I did see somebody on what show were we watching, John? It was a show that was on. And everybody was dressed up, and one of the people were dressed up like Mr. T. I'm like, dude, like it's 2025. There was a show on one of the TVs. You know, the TVs, and it was showing like game day, or they were showing something from the past.
Okay,
from that day for Halloween. And one of the persons was dressed up like Mr. T.
I didn't see
I'm like,
that.
dude, Mr. T, come on. Like, get something in this generation. Come on.
My dad points out that some of the players had red hand warmers. So those were the other red accents.
I didn't see
those uniforms.
I guess I didn't see those.
I didn't see them. But there's a lot of black out there. It looked good. It was great.
Cool.
Like Josh said today, I don't know if you do it every single year, but I think you know when the game comes along when you should do it.
So you wouldn't go.
You
wouldn't go Penn State where they schedule a whiteout.
I would
year.
schedule a whiteout. I'd schedule the thing that Iowa does.
So
you would schedule
a blackout.
I would schedule a blackout.
Okay.
But I agree with what Josh said in a way that you don't have to do it. You don't force it. So if the game fits, that's when you do it.
Well, next year, Indiana and Ohio State, Washington, those are the 3 best teams that come into Lincoln.
Yeah. Because I guess
which one's most likely for a night game?
Because Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the situation.
you
But
know,
can you do it? Can you do it successfully? Because like this one, we've known it was coming for months.
Yeah, that's what you have to
the
do.
summer.
Yeah.
Right. If you try to schedule it like a week out, like let's say they get to 6-day window and Ohio State's at night, can you turn it around that quickly?
I think you can because now they've done it. The painting part would be obviously a challenge, but I think
So they painted late in the week.
yeah, I'm just saying challenge in general, getting the paint, having everything you need to have. So I think if I'm not mistaken, the whiteout for Penn State is named before the season.
It is.
But they have done additional whiteouts during the season that aren't official. They don't call them the official whiteout.
They do it for like night games that are not the whiteout game.
The official whiteout. So you could still do it and it not be an official blackout. I don't.
Yeah, like last year versus because it was an early game, it was a noon game, Ohio State. That was not the whiteout game.
It was not.
Most of the fans wore white.
Right, they were mad about it not being a night game. They wanted
You
to be
would
able
not
to
want to do the blackout in September.
No, it's too hot. It's too hot and too much sun out there. No, you wouldn't.
Maybe a late September game if you knew.
You never know what's going to happen with the weather here.
If it's going to be at night and you knew it was a late September, like if Michigan this year would have been at night. You know?
You never know what's going to happen weather here. So I mean, it could have been
Obviously
it could have been 75 on Saturday night. It could have been.
And you also can't. I mean, naturally, you can't schedule it for Iowa.
No,
well, it's already a Black Friday.
Well,
game.
Did you
too
see?
much black?
Yeah,
Iowa
but I
people
mean,
got
it's
triggered. Did you see? You see this? You hear about this?
I saw how upset they were. I had no idea. You know,
me neither. I had zero idea.
You know that you've heard many times
Nice
over the course of college football about the legendary entrance for Iowa football.
Mhm.
You've all heard about it. We've all read about it. We've all heard.
They talk about it.
They do a lot of things well. They don't have a legendary entrance. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, to them, they do, I guess.
But nationally, I mean, we know about a lot of this stuff, and nobody's ever talking about Iowa's. And what is the Back in Black?
They played Back in Black.
Nebraska
apparently.
played that in 2000. The second year with Frost. They played it then.
2019.
Mm-hmm. Remember they played. Was that the spring game? Because they played two different songs. They played the song by the Beatles song redone by Gary Clark Jr.
Yeah,
they played that, and then they played Back in Black.
Far be it for
When
me
the
to
Black Church came out.
Right. Far be it for me to suggest anything but AC/DC, the greatest band of all time. Shut up, Nick.
They have one really good song.
Could they have come out? Would it have worked if they'd have come out to Paint It Black?
I thought so. They did play Paint It Black earlier.
But I'm saying
it was the
coming out to
Westworld version of Paint
it
It Black,
was,
by the way.
So they did it early as
OG.
part of the entrance.
Right.
And then
It was
they
kinda
went
cool.
to it. Yeah.
It sounded really good on the
problem
radio.
was, why didn't they do the actual Bane audio? Could you not get that?
Didn't they? I thought I heard Bane.
No, the part where the initial part was when they're
The
talking about darkness
people.
and all of that. That wasn't Bane. That was just a regular reader. Then later they had a little bit of Bane stuff. But when
See,
they
that
read
should've-
about
yeah,
darkness,
you gotta do the
because I
original
originally I
Bane.
turned to them. I was like, why isn't this Bane? It should be Bane.
Why
The
didn't they
darkness
play
is
I
more
Believe in a Thing
fair.
Called Love by The Darkness?
Why didn't they let you talk?
Back in my day, Michael, producers weren't allowed to speak. Had to speak off air.
It's a different time.
Sadly,
It was a different time.
it was a better time back then.
It was. It definitely was.
Show was better. Kevin and Michael. Remember Kevin? Hey, do you
That
remember?
was a great show.
Michael,
Whatever
do you
happened to
remember
that show?
Unsportsmanlike Comics with Kevin and Michael? Man, that show was good.
Was it good? I don't
That show
remember.
was
They
awesome.
always used to talk nothing but football. They would never
no jokes.
They would never steer off course and talk about other things.
we
it was
talked-
about football.
We
for
talked
all
about
3
football
hours.
every day.
Yeah,
At least one
Oh,
segment.
man.
We talked about it. It's football every day.
That's the America
We
I
talked
want
about
to live
football
in.
every
What are you
single
We
day.
do too, you dumbass.
Sometimes we talk
There
football
are times
2
during the
times a day.
offseason where you guys don't get into football at all.
Thank you,
And I'm
Michael.
very
No,
disappointed.
that is
Thank
a
you,
lie.
Michael.
You have like a
That-
baseball. It's a
that
Tuesday.
is a
It's that
lie.
Tuesday. It's a Wednesday.
That's
It's
one
Wednesday.
segment.
We
It's
erased that
Wednesday.
guy's name up there.
It
Is
was
it
Wednesday.
time?
It is one segment.
Get him off the. Get him off of it.
No, because Bruns talks baseball when he came on
Oh,
too.
it's a-
You had a
John's
bunch
always
of
like, how many
baseball people
pitchers?
on at one time. I was like, this is ridiculous.
How many pitchers? How many pitchers? How many pitchers? So John always asks Bruns, how many pitchers?
I'm sorry, you football people, and I do mean you football people.
I am a
get
football person.
so offended when
Not
people
offended.
dare want to talk about anything other than football.
I mean, you're
wanna-
wasting your
I'm
time.
sorry that your CTE
Just wanna-
addled brains can't handle.
You are
more than
wasting
one
your time,
thing.
though. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I want to keep our audience as engaged as possible, John. That's
Well,
my
then,
goal.
well, they ain't gonna listen if you're on.
Damon says they played. They
Hey,
played.
Damon.
They played that in the 90s.
Who
on
did?
third down?
Back in black?
Yeah.
They've been
Oh,
playing that
yeah.
since I
Oh.
was a kid.
I know.
Yeah.
I know they played it for the
Yeah.
black shirts all the time. Yeah.
All
So I
the
thought so.
time.
Again, Look, Iowa does a lot of things well. I think into the first quarter, the wave, it's amazing. What a great new tradition.
Cool.
It's wonderful, but nobody knows what they do for their.
I literally had zero idea.
There's Clemson. There's Clemson. There's Nebraska. There's Miami.
Well, this is a great question. Yeah, what are the traditions?
Clemson, Miami, Nebraska.
Who does Welcome to the Jungle?
In all serious,
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought there was a college team that did like a.
I mean, thinking of Virginia Tech, they do whatchamacallit.
Oh, Metallica.
Yeah, they do that.
I was thinking.
Sandman. Sandman. Yeah,
that's very.
That one's really.
So that's 4.
But is Nebraska still known or noted?
No. I'll tell you this. Every time they do TV, they show it.
Yeah.
They show very few entrances in college football, but they always go back and show Nebraska coming in.
Yeah.
So it must be.
I don't know if
they
it's
show
known
Clemson
for the music, but it's definitely known for this is the Nebraska Tunnel Walk. It's very historic.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
it has a name.
I guess so, but I guess
so we're up to 4.
I wonder, but I wonder they show it. I wonder if people, because Enter Sandman's so popular on all this, I wonder if like the Sirius still.
I don't think that hits
Sirius
anymore.
isn't as part of the Tunnel Walk as it used to be. It's
No,
still
not.
in there.
It was really good in Severance,
but it's kind of been buried behind. Mikey Bo started that tradition.
Yeah. So we have 4. We have Clemson, we have Nebraska, we have Miami with the smoke, and you have Virginia Tech with Enter Sandman.
Mm-hmm.
That's 4. How many other ones are there? Like USC doesn't have one.
Do you count Chief Osceola coming out with the spear?
Florida State, that is pretty amazing.
That is
pretty cool. Yeah. Scout, right?
Scout. You count that though, because that's more of a thing that's not really the entrance.
It's before they come out.
I would say
they come out.
I would say Tennessee when the band
That
opens
is
up
cool.
and
When
they
it
come
does
to
the
the
team.
That is
beat.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. There's a list on 24/7 about
Best college entrances.
So one of them is the War Eagle, how it flies.
Well, it flies, but again,
that is cool when it takes off.
Yeah,
pretty good shot. But it's not about the end. That's before
Ralphie.
Right.
That's another one.
Ralphie. Yeah, Ralphie.
But that's about an animal, not the team.
The picture, it's still out there. All you have to do is Google Tom Osborne Ralphie.
Oh,
and
when
that
he's pointing.
picture of him when the buffalo's bearing down and Osborne is pointing, it's just like that is so badass.
That is a badass shot.
That is
a
so
badass.
Yeah.
And then they whoop their asses.
And speaking of Colorado, don't you remember when Neuheisel marched him out of the stands to the
that was
drums?
so stupid. And they got blown out.
That was
right?
legendary.
They got blown out, right?
Yeah, they got
that was
killed.
legendary.
95.
Right. Good job about that.
So wait, is the one with Ralphie? What year is that one? Because 95 is what you just.
That's
mentioned.
one of those.
Is that 97?
It's in that era.
It's near the late stage of Osborne.
It's in that era.
Late stage Tom Osborne.
The point is pretty cool. Yeah.
It's so funny.
He's at that age now. He's like, I don't care about a damn bison.
I'm already old. Get out. Get this thing out of here.
Who cares about a bison?
Get that thing out of here.
He was old then, and that was 28 years ago.
But we may reach 10 on this. I don't know how far we have to go before we start talking about Iowa's entrance.
Yeah. Michael, this story is mentioning some of them that I don't even know about. South Carolina apparently opened. They come out to 2001 A Space Odyssey, the theme from
the Ric Flair theme.
I've been to that stadium, but I don't remember that.
Another one mentioned is the Texas Tech Masked Rider.
That was cool in the 80s and 90s, and it was cool that night when they beat Texas.
until the poor horse ran
headlong into the wall. Yeah, that used to be something. I don't know if that still happens now.
That's not where horses go.
Yes, the horse ran out and went right into the concrete wall and died.
Who was the Washington R-Words quarterback who banged his head? Was that Gus Farad or
that was
the other guy?
It was Gus Farad.
Remember who gave himself a concussion?
No, it wasn't Gus Farad. He was the seventh round pick.
Who was the other guy?
Yeah,
Nick, you know the name.
Do I?
Who was that quarterback? I'm gonna get so mad when I realize who it is.
I'm old now.
Yeah.
Was it Tua?
No. This is a big guy.
It was.
It was Gus
It was
Farad.
Gus Farad. Okay,
Josh
Farad,
says
seventh
banged
round
his
pick.
head, and that's just where my brain goes.
Banged his head.
1997.
He scored, and in the end zone, it's padded.
Yeah.
But there's brick underneath it, and I guess the pad wasn't thick enough.
You should
And
Google
he
it.
gave
It's pretty
himself a
funny.
concussion.
They need a safer barrier, right, John?
He gave himself a concussion. That was funny as hell.
Yes.
Yeah, that was so funny.
They needed a safer barrier.
By the way, the other one is the Baylor line, which is that the students.
Oh yeah, I've been.
That's a new one, if I remember right.
I've been to Baylor game. I never saw that.
That's like what their new stadium.
I thought the Baylor entrance was they actually lit a fire in the locker room and smoked them out.
Smoke them out of there.
No,
Get
I
them
think
out.
they did
Make them come out. Make them come out.
And then
Right,
Will
perfect.
Ferrell comes out dressed as Janet Reno and says, "We're smoking them out."
By the way, Shane brings up other guy was Heath Schuler. That's the name I was trying to
Heath
come up
Schuler,
with.
different. That was the
Yeah.
4th overall pick, I believe.
Because he got benched
Yeah.
right for Gus Farad. Isn't that what happened? Wow, what a time.
Heath Schuler, man.
Heath Schuler had he was one of those guys when I would do the write-ups for the draft where I would chart like everything you could see that we got to see. He was the guy that couldn't throw to his left.
Uh-oh.
like couldn't open his hips and throw to his left. He was like 20% to his left.
That is
and
nuts.
like 70% to his
and
right.
He was in the NFL.
And he was in the NFL.
And he was fourth overall.
I believe he was fourth overall.
Oh my gosh.
And then the other one was when Tim Couch was drafted.
Oh yeah.
And Tim Couch in his last year, he had like 2 passes that were caught in farther than 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. What? It was like crazy. He was
like the 1998 Bo Nix.
Yeah, a lot like Bo. Bo Nix at least occasionally stretched the field.
Whoa.
Like Tim Couch didn't catch the field at all. And I remember writing that down in my draft notes, going, "Damn, that's incredible! How can you do that?"
Wow.
And he had a little he had a wide receiver / running back, John Avery, I think it was.
BYU did?
No, this is Kentucky.
Okay,
for Tim Couch.
Kentucky,
yeah, and I believe it was John Avery, who like every catch he had was within 2 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Oh my gosh,
it was incredible.
That's nuts.
I believe that's the guy's name.
Let's see. Let me see if we've had.
But yeah, Tim Couch did not throw the ball down the field.
Anthony White?
No. John Avery. I thought he went to the Dolphins, didn't he?
According to Al,
ends up.
Anthony White was a prominent running back and receiver during Tim Couch's tenure at University of Kentucky. I don't know if that's it or not.
You're probably
could be.
Jimmy wants to know.
That's what Al says.
Is Sevier a Pelicans fan? No, Michael is a 76ers diehard. He loves the NBA
loves
and he's
the
so
NBA
happy it's
and loves
back.
the Sixers.
Mm-hmm.
When I did follow hockey, I followed the Flyers.
Hell yeah.
So the first team I ever was cheered for was the Mets. That had been 1973 as a 4-year-old.
Whoa.
Then I became a Sixer fan in 1977 when Doc came over. And then
some people would call Michael a bandwagon. He's mentioning good years for these teams.
Yeah. So actually 77, they lost.
Which
they
is
lost
why
the
when
finals.
he became a Saints fan,
Yeah,
you know.
They lost the finals. And then, I was always kind of a Saints fan, but I wasn't living there. When I moved back, they of course went 1-15 the year I moved back.
Oh.
So
that's nice.
And then I really don't watch hockey anymore, but basketball 1977 for the Sixers. Yeah.
Do you remember when the Saints were like, that's when you knew that you were Saints for life?
Oh, I told you this before. My mom would write me up like these notes she'd mailed to me when I was living in Pennsylvania. She'd write these notes to me and tell me everything that the Saints game happened in the Saints game.
That's awesome.
And that is when I became.
Was she a big fan too?
My mom, my whole family are incredibly big sports fans. Like we would get together at my grandmother's house to watch the Lakers games because my mom's maiden name is Johnson.
Yeah.
And so Magic Johnson, that was their cousin. That's what they called it.
Yeah,
and so we watched, she followed it. She still watches the Saints games now. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't
always, she was always a Saints fan. And her husband, MC, the guy who got me like really into football, he had season tickets in the loge section.
Okay.
Right below where Monday Night Football was. That's how I got a chance to meet Howard Cosell.
Whoa.
You actually met Howard Cosell?
I stood up on the back of the seat
so
to
you
be able to shake
hi.
his hand. Yeah.
And did he say,
and the Saints
hello,
won.
little lad, how are you?
First Monday night game the Saints ever won.
I thought you were about to get racial, John.
Beat Pittsburgh Steelers. Dirk Winston, who was a Steeler, had a pick return for a touchdown for the Saints the first time they won a Monday night game.
Biggest misnomer ever is that Howard Cosell was racist. That is so.
No, he was a Jewish guy, obviously, and supported Jackie Robinson and reported and Muhammad Ali and all of that. Yeah, he was a.
Just
I loved it. That's
John.
why I
Don't
wanted to
get
be as a
triggered.
kid. That's why I wanted to be as a kid. I wanted to be Howard Cosell. And
it's
it
one
was
of the
great to meet
greatest
him.
misunderstandings of all time.
Calling his grand. So he always called his grandkids little monkeys.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what people will say about that, but I called my kids when they were little a lot of names that I wouldn't want people to know. I called them, so I don't know. I definitely called them. Well, actually, I called them Knucklehead 1 and Knucklehead 2. That was my main names for them.
Yeah.
So, but he was not a racist.
I miss Howard.
Yeah, he was in boxing. It was the best.
Oh,
He did play-by-play and color. And
he worked
at the
alone.
same time, he worked alone, calling some of the biggest fights in the history of boxing. And he was just incredible at it.
He would
never stop. He would just go. And
he was so good.
Yeah, he was so good. He always had a classic line to throw in there, too.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I had a love-hate with Howard, because he was so parodied,
oh, yes, definitely.
Billy Crystal would always do the parody and stuff.
Yeah.
And there'd be times where I'd be like, "Oh, shut up, Howard!" But then you'd watch a boxing match on Wide World of Sports, and you're like, "God, he is so good." And then you'd hear his interviews, especially when he was with Muhammad.
Yeah.
His interviews were great.
Even Monday Night Football. I mean, baseball. Excuse me, Monday Night Baseball.
Yeah.
He was good on Monday Night Baseball. It didn't matter what then he had that TV show that they would do, the interview show they did.
Yeah.
Howard Talk Sports, whatever it was called. And I'd watch that, and he got on the best guests, and it was always good interviews.
I never did. Did you watch his variety show? His
No,
Saturday
I never
Night
saw. I
Live?
never saw his. I never saw that.
It didn't last very long.
I
I
didn't
was
see
always
that.
curious what people thought of it.
I listened to his. He had a radio show that was national that would come on.
Howard
Cosell.
Cosell.
Yeah, it was syndicated.
Speaking of sports,
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
By the way, going back to entrances, Jed brings up one. He says, F Michigan, but Michigan's entrance is a big one nationally. It's always showing on TV.
Oh, yeah.
The banner.
Oh, yeah. The best part was the year that
big
Ohio
State went and took it down.
and tried to take the banner down. I'm
10-year
like, yes.
war. God, what a time.
Bob Ufer, you want a guy who was a homer and a half.
Yeah.
The old voice of Michigan football, Bob Ufer, U-F-E-R. This dude, I remember hearing some of his best of clips. This dude was unhinged.
Yeah.
This dude was really unhinged. And I'm like, man.
I don't know how people who are a fan of a team, how they can enjoy that. I'll never understand it. I remember when Jim left, whatever that was, and we did like a survey, asked me what they wanted, and almost to a man, people said they wanted homers. I want a homer in the booth. I want a homer in the booth. I hate that. I would never liked it.
Hey, he's sitting right next to you. What are you saying,
the
Michael?
Blue Jay thing?
Yeah,
well.
the Blue Jay thing.
He works for the university.
That, see, but that's like a regional thing,
It
right?
makes me really uncomfortable when you are like ripping on the officials.
when I'm
because
right
of-
about the officials.
But doesn't matter. It just makes you feel uncomfortable when you're listening to it.
But it's
because
funny.
it's not what like you're taught to do. And so it makes me, it's your stick. It's great, but it makes me, but a lot of things make me uncomfortable. So you're not the only one.
That should be your next, when you fill in next time, your top 10 things that make
Make
Michael
me uncomfortable. Dumb people in movies.
That is true. You hate that.
I hate
You've been
that.
telling me that for years.
Kids, anything happening bad to a kid in a movie.
Oh, okay. I think you're just saying kids.
kids.
No.
Just kids.
I'll tell you
but
what.
when you yell about the officials, I'm like, I
when he
worry
says,
about you. Like something's gonna happen to
Evan
you.
Burrows, you suck. John's gonna blow a blood vessel.
I worry something's gonna happen to him. No, not health wise. Like they'll kick him off the official's gonna
What
kick
if
him
they
out or
took
something.
away his credential.
I don't know how that would work.
Hey, listen,
I've seen report. You've seen
call it like I see it.
You've seen broadcasters pulled off the air before.
Oh yeah, of course. I have.
By the officials.
Yeah.
But the officials made them leave.
Yeah,
I
because they're
that.
drunk with power.
Drunk with power. The officials or the announcer?
Both.
I know what you're talking
Both.
about.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Hmm.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they are. And I mean, the Minnesota. How many games have we watched this year where you see a play and you think, how could you miss that? Just how could you? And then we have replay and they miss it again. You know,
It's incredible.
and it drives you nuts. I know. Basketball, I will say this: 3 guys, huge people running around very fast. It's hard to call. It just really is. It's hard to call. And
We don't
sometimes you're going to
expect
miss
it's
it.
especially hard to call when guys are getting grabbed. And
You watch
pulled
it.
to the
You watch a
ground
replay and you think you saw something live, or think you saw something in full speed, and you watch a replay and go, "Ooh."
Here's
actually
where
did
I've always disagreed with the ref people because like we don't expect a quarterback to complete 100% of their passes. So like I don't know why we don't expect referees to make mistakes too.
They're human,
Yep,
right?
That's
Yeah.
how I always
They're
do it.
human. That's right. They're human. But I do have a problem when they miss things that are really obvious
Agreed.
that they are allowed to correct because of replay.
Like
That-
the thing yesterday with the Chiefs Bills game.
Oh yeah,
that
exactly.
was insane.
I don't understand how you can
I
that
didn't
happens.
see that.
Wait, so you don't know about this? So
No, I was watching.
oh,
my
that's right,
team.
your game. So Mahomes gets
The whole
called.
time.
John
Yes,
doesn't watch.
I actually
he
was.
does- he doesn't-
The Chiefs
whole
game was
time.
on the other TV,
The
but
whole time.
Mahomes
but
got called
the-
for
the-
a intentional grounding.
Yeah.
It was batted down. It was not batted down, but it was tipped.
It was tipped, yeah.
And they couldn't review it. And so they
But
were
they
like,
can't. They're supposed to review that.
yeah, well, yeah, the referee goes, after discussing it, we can't review it. And so it was 3rd and 16.
Oh, so
That's
you mean
not
How
true.
You
can
mean
they
for
not
the-
review it?
You
That's
mean
not
for the
true.
first time in 10 years, a call went against the Chiefs and they couldn't change it
There's
in a heartbeat?
cameras
Shocking.
everywhere.
Well, first of all, that's not true. You can review.
it
You
was
can
so
review
strange.
it. Tip pass. That's
Well,
true. You
did
can
they
review
say-
that.
Yeah.
I've seen it reviewed many times.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they said on pass interference, this is what's territory. It's like, well, on pass interference, you can, I guess not on this play. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen.
There was a play towards the end of that game when the Chiefs, well, I think it was the very last drive after the Bills missed that field goal
Before the Hail Mary.
where Yeah, where Mahomes gets lit up as he's throwing, and I've said, I kept waiting for the flag.
I kept waiting for a penalty
I'm
too.
like, they're gonna throw a flag.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't believe they're not throwing a flag.
You can't waste it. You can't waste it in that game. They're already losing. And listen, Buffalo is gonna win that game all the time, because it's their Super Bowl. The playoffs apparently that's a different story.
Yeah. It is wild now.
So I picked them. So I picked Buffalo.
Yeah, plus 2.5. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What else pick could you take at that point?
Hey,
the funny thing about that game was, like I said, I was watching the Rams game, and it was on. Every time I would look over there, the Chiefs were facing like 3rd and 15, and Mahomes was getting lit up. And
they were hitting him.
He must be in pain right now.
Yeah, they were getting after him yesterday.
That's the thing that we don't talk about with Mahomes enough is that he's freakishly strong.
He is.
And fast.
Yeah.
He always outruns people.
Yeah.
And he takes the biggest shots and he always gets up. I mean, that one ankle injury, however many years ago. But he's freakishly strong.
He had the knee on the sneak against Denver.
Sneak knee.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's very tough. I mean,
even when he's had an injury, like remember he had that bad ankle. They brought in, it was a playoff game, I believe.
Against the Jaguars.
And then he comes back the next week and plays with the high sprained ankle.
Yeah.
Who was
he came back in the second half against them. They played the Bengals the next week in the AFC Championship game.
Was it? It wasn't Brody.
No, it was the guy from Michigan.
It was Henney.
Yeah.
Henney. And they ran that 3rd down pass to clinch the game. Yeah. That sprint out. That's the same play that Nebraska called on that 3rd down where it ended up being a fumble.
Yeah.
That's the exact same play.
Yeah.
But it didn't work for Nebraska. Although, as I said,
evergreen.
Dan Key was open. He didn't throw it.
Didn't throw it.
Rule said that today too.
It was right there.
Did you see how wide open Lindenmeyer was down that right sideline when he missed him? He threw a short. He threw it. He ended up throwing the pass short. He dumped it. I think maybe to Emmett Johnson, but maybe it was to somebody else. And down the and Lindenmeyer was running wide open, and you could hear.
Was this TJ?
You could hear the crowd. No. This was early in the game, and you could hear the crowd all like kind of make this sound because everybody saw him.
I don't remember that. No.
Everybody saw him. Like sometimes he misses. Dylan misses guys that are like wide open, and it seemed like that was the first read. I thought too. Maybe not. I don't know.
Who knows?
That wheel route. Still, I'm still mad about that against Minnesota. Like stand in there and throw that wheel route. Come on,
do it.
Just do it.
All right. Whatever. Well, we can break down more of the game later on because Michael will be back again.
It's a Michael sandwich.
It is a Michael sandwich.
You know what kind of sandwich that is?
Yeah, it's on pumpernickel.
It's a knuckle sandwich. The knuckle sandwich.
All right. Let's get the Grum started. By the way, Omaha's down 12 with 2 minutes to go.
Go Racers!
To the Murray State Jacers.
The Racers.
And
Ryan Miller.
New head coach Ryan Miller. By the way, no Fred King today. I found I got hurt. That's too bad.
Oh no, bad.
Apparently, it happened in the last scrimmage, and he didn't play today.
Did Mason play?
Mason's playing. Yeah,
okay.
Mason's.
All right.
Bye, Michael. See you later.
Call Dad to Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Husker Review Monday is powered by McInnis Roofing and Sheet Metal. Looking for trusted experts to protect and enhance your home or business? We are McInnis, Nebraska and Iowa's go-to choice since 1981. For commercial or residential projects, trust McInnis Roofing and Sheet Metal. Visit McInnisInc.com today.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, man, here we go again. I can't believe we're going. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I'm not in shock at all. Not in shock at all.
Wow,
really?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
But I might surprise you.
Oh.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, and still your Union Bank and Trust, by the way, where your money has people. John, Josh, and Nick. Monday after USC. Now that I got Howard Cosell in my head, every time I talk about the Trojans, it's the University of South California. Here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, Zone this, Zone that. By the way, well, let's get to the Grum now.
All right, let's do it.
Brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Wearing black was the appropriate color after all.
It was like a funeral.
Well, afterwards, yeah. I mean, during the game, it wasn't like a funeral, unless it was one of those like New Orleans funerals where they do the music and all that other stuff.
My parents went to one recently.
Thing.
They called it a celebration of life. They said it was really nice, really happy. Lots of stories, lots of probably some tears, but more happy tears than just total sad tears.
There was
a celebration.
That's
what they said. There's a celebration.
There was a lot of pep in the step, a lot of atmosphere on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Dylan's done. The TEEFs get their wish.
I am so happy for the TEEFs.
TEEF time.
I kept saying over the last few weeks, I wish that there was a world where we could live in where he would play without an injury. Now, I got half of that wish because there's an injury. He's done for the year.
Yes, he is.
He broke a bone.
Rules message today. Rally around self-respect.
Was that a 5-minute opening statement today?
It was pretty long.
Whoa, Nick.
He loves to talk so much. For longer than he really needs to.
Nick's words, not
and it's
mine.
cool. It's cool that he wants to give people more than what Scott Frost did. But I think there's a happy medium he could find.
I would say this as the person who's in charge of cutting these things up. He did talk for a while, but it wasn't his longest press conference. And they covered a lot of different things. He didn't have one of those 18-minute long answers. Only the opening statement was long. The rest of it was a little bit more. You could tell rapid fire Matt pop, had a message that he wanted to get out today.
Yes, he did.
We'll talk about that coming up. Also, Mitch Sherman of the Athletic.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Firm and soft. Dana drives a closer look.
Uh-oh.
It's something I got in my head. Actually, it was before the game on Saturday, but then I'm glad because we have another game of data point.
And another great opening drive. And then after that, just 10 points the rest of the way.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to compare those opening drives and some of the subsequent drives to see if the numbers match the perception.
Okay.
Bill's bold statement. And the Bears have won!
The Bears have won! They did win.
That's the only thing that sucks about when your team plays in the 305 window instead of the 325 window is you switch away from all of the other action, and I missed all the excitement of the end of the Bears-Bengals game. Not that game was ever on, because we had the quad box on pretty much every other game except the Bears.
Yeah.
But that would have been kind of fun to see. It's Michael Severe Monday. If you haven't gotten enough of him.
I haven't heard from him at all. I listened to his whole show yesterday. I listened to quite a few of his segments today, and then we just talked to him in the crossover. Can't wait to hear.
You're
from
really
him
Michael Severe pilled.
I like Michael. Nick, he has good takes.
What are we doing here?
I wanted to just throw the game on so we can rewatch it during the show.
God dang, what is it with you and wanting to watch bad Nebraska?
It's not that. It's helping do the show. I feel like it'll help me do the show because I can look up and be like, oh, remember that
You're
play?
supposed to focus on the show, not up there.
I put on a 1982 game, and all you do is go googly goggly about a woman or an old man.
And guess what?
Googly
We got
goggly.
one of the greatest gifts of all time.
What's that?
Smoking guy.
That was really good. Well, maybe we'll get a funny thing from tonight, or Saturday night. Big Ten Saturday night.
And if you miss the end of the World Series, does it count?
Okay, what's the story here, Mr. Baseball? I was watching the damn game.
Well, that's because your lazy ass was on the couch. I was working.
Lazy?
So I had the game on the whole time. Gary can vouch for me. I had the phone tuned to the game the whole time.
Why not your laptop? It's a bigger screen.
Because the laptop, that's where the stats are, and I'm also looking at all the other scores. It's just easier to have it. That way I'm not switching away from anything. It was right there.
I'll allow
right
it.
there.
Right there.
Right there.
You don't get to choose how I watch my game.
I just said I'll allow it.
Also, it made it easier when I went down to the post-game press conference.
By the way, that was the Grum down powered by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather.
I had the phone down here like this.
No way. Rules speaking, and you're watching baseball?
Well, it was on. I was paying attention to Rule, but it was on. And then, in moments, I just kind of quick glance down.
And what inning is it in the press conference?
The 9th inning.
Oh my gosh, you missed all the crazy stuff.
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh, you saw the crazy
stuff. Because I think it was Andrew Marshall was speaking when Miguel Rojas hit the game-tying home run.
Whoa! And that was the top of the 9th.
And that was the top of the 9th.
And then did you get to see the bottom of the 9th?
I was walking away. No, hold on. I was walking out. I was smart because I knew I wasn't going to be on the network Wi-Fi anymore. And I went and I switched to my 5G right away. I turned off the Wi-Fi so I wouldn't lose signal.
Smart.
And I'm walking here and I'm walking here.
Understandable.
And then the long fly ball goes out to left field and here comes Andy Pages. Don't call me Pajes. It looks like Pages. Made that great catch. And it was funny because my phone was I was walking past some tailgaters who had still been set up just to the south of the stadium. And I saw it. I didn't make any noise or anything. I was just pretty impressive. And then 5 seconds later, you could hear, and one dude was in there watching the game going, oh, that's gone. That's gone. And then, and I was like, yep.
And that was when they crashed into each other?
That's when he made the catch, crashed into each other.
Wow.
I get into the car because my wife picks me up.
My wife.
We're driving home.
You want to do an impression of her voice? Hi, John.
Well,
That's
okay.
John's impression.
So here's what happened. This is the only mistake that I will cop to.
Oh.
I did not have my phone plugged in. I thought it would have enough battery to watch the game. So we're getting close to home. The game's in extra innings now. We're getting close to home.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden I get your battery has 15% left. I'm like, oh, we'll make it home. Like no less than 2 minutes later.
Oh, no.
Your battery has 5% left. I'm like, all right, I have to shut this down. Well, in the interim, as we are driving home, my wife, who, she's like a lot of people.
Uh-oh. So this is where she makes the mistake.
In my opinion, yes.
Oh. This is like when you burn the wings and you say,
I don't burn my wings.
See, so she's saying, I didn't make a mistake.
But, we have these things in our cars these days where you can rotate through your menu and see your tire pressures. And I have been vigilant by telling my boys, especially this time of year, because we're getting a cold weather season.
Put some in
tire pressures go down. Oh, just flip your menu every now and then and just check your tire pressures. That's all you have to do.
Flip your menu. Wow, back in my day, I had to use a tire gauge.
Well, so did I.
I don't have a fancy car like John.
I have to do that now.
Gosh,
still.
That Creighton play-by-play money must be nice.
Wow.
I mean, they've had this feature for like 10
Not
years.
in my car.
Get a tire gauge.
My car is 12 years old.
Mine's a 20.
We also know who your car was made by.
It wasn't him. He's dead.
Mine's a 2014 John. Where's my tire gauge?
I believe
sensor?
every car that came off that line had to be approved by.
He had to sign
you know
it.
who.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
So
the warning thing comes on the screen. And she says, "Oh, my tire pressure's low." And I look over and it's like reading like 27 or whatever it is. And I'm like, "Oh, well, don't you know to flip through your menu?" I don't need to know this.
Awesome. They're fighting.
And I'm like, well, I can no, I don't want to know this. It tells me when it's too low. And so
that's what I do for the record.
So
my car's old though.
So we get home.
I give the old eye test whenever I walk it or get into my truck.
We get home and I get out the air compressor and I go around to all four of her tires, right, to fill it up. And I know I'm cognizant now that the game is in the 11th inning. I know this much. I'm cognizant that it's in the 11th inning, but I go around and I fill up all four tires. Everything's fine, cool. Pull the car into the garage, put it away, walk downstairs. And Tom Verducci is interviewing Will Smith. And I'm like, how did this end so soon?
It was pretty fast.
Because when I got home, the game had just started the 11th inning. I couldn't have been outside more than 5 minutes.
Why didn't you just do it the next day? Why did you do it right away?
Well, because the car, see,
Dilo says this is where I use all my timeouts. Why didn't you take a timeout?
Because Matt Rule used them all.
There was still one more to go.
I swear that 11th inning had to last a grand total of 5 minutes. Like Will Smith hits a home run. The Dodgers must have like swung at every pitch. One of them happened to leave the yard. And then the Blue Jays must have swung at every pitch because I'm like, I walk in.
I mean, it did end on a double play.
And I walk downstairs and he's interviewing Will Smith. And I'm like, what the hell? This is the second time now with the Blue Jays in the World Series that I have missed the big moment. Because I told, the story about the Joe Carter home run. Yeah. And that also had something to do with a Husker game. Because I fell asleep on the damn couch because I'd just gotten back from Omaha and working at the Husker Sport, the Nebraska Football Network. And
sad.
I couldn't believe it.
It was crazy.
I thought for sure that the Dodgers would still be batting in the top of the first.
It was 11.
And I get back, and it's like, how is it over?
Yeah.
It's over.
And now the
season's
season's over.
It.
You missed the end of your favorite sports season, and now it's football season and basketball.
And I didn't even bother to rewind it. I was so disgusted with the situation. I'm like, God dang it. I've been paying attention to this game. I'd give updates to Gary. Said, oh, Tony just flew out, because I don't know how much he was paying attention. Like, oh, bases loaded now, blah, 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 because I was doing a good job of multitasking.
John wants to know why
really focused on the Husker game, but then also looking down at the World Series.
John wants to know why you didn't turn your garage TV on.
I don't have a garage TV.
That's surprising, honestly. That's surprising. You seem like a guy who would have a TV in your garage.
I don't spend enough time in the garage to warrant.
You're a car guy.
Yeah, but I'm not.
You have a stereo in the garage, not a TV.
Yeah, I have a radio. I have a radio in the garage. And some might say, why didn't you
turn the radio on? Listen to the game in their garage.
Again, I thought in the time I could fill up 4 tires, which basically takes about 5 minutes because you got to pull the compressor, you got to plug it in, you go around. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that I wouldn't miss anything important.
Well, you did.
All because of your wife.
My wife won't dial down on her menu and let me know ahead of time. Hey, the tires need to be inflated.
It's her car. Make her do it.
I'm not going to make my wife inflate the tire. She wouldn't know how to do it anyway.
Whoa.
Wow.
No, she wouldn't.
You don't think?
She doesn't run the compressor, and she's fine with that. But that's your job.
Wow.
That's your job, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, why didn't you turn on the radio?
Again, I figured
there's not really any stations around here that play the World Series.
That's not true. Not
in Lincoln.
He lives in Lincoln.
That's fair.
In Lincoln, one of the local stations carries a World Series.
Wow, imagine that. Imagine having access to play the World Series and actually playing it.
That's pretty wild. The World Series isn't on in Omaha.
Isn't it?
Didn't know that.
So I would congratulate all the Dodger fans in the audience, but in my worldview, this game should not have ended until I saw it.
Well, it did.
So does it count?
Yeah, it does. I saw it.
Yeah, it happened.
If a World Series ends and I don't see it, does it count?
Sorry, John. Sorry you missed it.
Wow, what a drive.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyway.
Yep.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Hit us up, text us, call us.
You can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. And the Twitter feed at USC 1620. That's the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Hell, I even saved the life of a noted Dodger fan on Saturday night. Talked him literally off the ledge.
Literally.
This Dodger fan who will go unnamed.
Can he see?
There's questions about that.
Is he really good at math?
John,
I still haven't heard the bit officially.
I literally heard it on Saturday.
I literally talked this fan off the ledge. I said, you don't want to do that because that'll ruin the blackout because it'll be a puddle of red. I talked to this Dodger fan. I said to this Dodger fan, I said, you're starting to sound like me and a friend of mine who get this fatalistic when their team is doing poorly. You don't want to be those people. And I saved this Dodger fan's life. And I missed the end of the World Series.
A couple comments before we go to break. Katie writes, if you teach a man to fish, he will never go hungry. If you teach your wife how to fill her tires, you will never miss a moment of game time. Pedro writes, hi guys, what the hell? John doesn't have a TV in the garage. No. I thought he was a real man. That's a real man kind of move, John. You're a soft millennial like me.
Yeah, but here's the problem with
I need to be in my basement with my couch and
I'm not in the garage enough to warrant having a TV in there. Usually if I'm working outside, I'm not working in the garage. I'm working out in the yard. So it doesn't do me any good. And as you know, when I'm working in the yard and there's something I want to hear for a long period of time, I put in the earbuds and I listen to football games or baseball games in my earbuds. But I didn't have my earbuds. I figured I had enough time. I figured the Dodgers would drag it out at least a little bit. But no. They had to play the 11th. They had to play the 11th inning in a record time.
Dude, game 6 and 7 were awesome. What a World Series. What a great World Series. I know you're sad about who won, but what a great World Series.
I was so impressed with how it went. I'm not really that sad.
Really? I thought you hated the Dodgers.
Well, I do, but I mean, I'm like, you know. It was inspiring theater. It was great stuff. I mean, unless my team's winning, I'm not happy for anybody.
Nice. That's how I feel now these days.
But it was a great World Series. It was
awesome.
It was a great, game 7. I'm happy for my friends who are Dodger fans, especially those that I literally talked off a ledge. I mean, the man has a family.
He does.
Yeah, it's true.
And maybe some of that family would have seen him jumping and it would have ruined the whole night. I mean, you think losing to USC would have ruined the whole night. Imagine if dear old dad decided to do a header because, Bo Bichette hit a 3-run home run. Imagine.
I mean, if we would have lost that man, a lot of people would have been sad.
Yes.
I just talked to
You're welcome, Husker Nate. I'm sorry. You're welcome, people who know and love this man.
Yes, whoever this man may be.
This Dodger loving man.
Don't know his name.
I like this guy too, even though he doesn't respond to my texts anymore.
I just texted him the other day.
Must be nice.
It's pretty cool.
I complimented him on something and he just never got back to me.
That's hilarious.
Thanks.
All right, when we come back,
game.
Guess we got to talk about that other.
Look at
game.
that. We did
the game that I definitely did not miss because I was there for it.
Yeah.
My wife's tire pressures were unknown at that time.
Let's break it all.
Otherwise, I could have missed. I could have missed the 2 timeouts that were called. That would have been a better moment to miss than the end of the World Series.
That would have been nice.
I would have liked to have missed those 2 moments because I didn't like them.
I think we all wish we could erase those moments.
16-20 the zone. Welcome back to the Grum. We'll hear from Matt Rule coming up. We'll hear from Mitch Sherman coming up. We got plenty to discuss on this game. And I teased earlier that I might surprise you a little bit. And I want to make clear this is not in any way influenced by what Matt Rule's message was today in his press conference, because he had a distinct message in his press conference today about support, about positivity, about, no self-loathing, self-respect. That, but one of my big takeaways from this game is not influenced by that, though it does seem to mirror that, because I did not come away from this game as bitterly disappointed as I saw out there in the universe.
In the take sphere?
In the take sphere. whether it was the callers to the overreaction show or fans online or media people online. And part of that was, as soon as Dylan went down,
you thought,
I was like, oh boy, that's where my thought, and remember, it was 14-6.
Correct. They were in USC territory.
But as soon as that happened, I was like, this is going to be a tall task.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a very tall task. You lost your quarterback. Now, how much of that is influenced by the fact that I am not a TEEF? I'm not someone who thinks TJ Lateef can walk in and just take over, especially against a Power 4 team.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was absolutely a lot of it. But it was also kind of banked on by just a great catch.
I know, that was an awesome play by Dane Key.
We're rewatching the game. Dane Key has just scored the first touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty good throw too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, put it only where his guy could catch it.
But I thought, if John Bishop had one of those graphs that you see all the time, the win probability, that shows the little EKG of,
You speak about yourself in the third person?
Yes. I don't have it. If I would have had one of those, the minute Raiola came off the field and it was apparent he was not coming back in, that sucker would have gone from Nebraska 75% to USC 75%.
It all flipped in one
without USC doing a single thing. Part of this too was, and dang it if I didn't hit this one, the derp factor. Lincoln Riley had some derp on Saturday night that, as much derp as he may have had, he knew how well they were running the ball. And I knew that they were going to go back to that and they were going to lean on it. And sure enough, on the drive that ended up in the tying touchdown, the Maava zone read, that, he's done messing around.
Mm-hmm.
He's done getting cute. It is, all right, we're going to win this game with our running game. And so you factor those things together. I figured, okay, Dylan out, biggest factor. Lincoln Riley is not going to, he's going to get serious now.
Well, what's interesting too about what you're just saying is that on the drives that they scored, the touchdowns, like, it's not really built off of the running back run game. It is mostly passing and then Maava.
Right.
The last two plays of the drive that made it 14-all were Maava runs. The touchdown run late to get to 21 points was King Miller. But otherwise it was passing, And so as much as, like, Jack Mitchell pointed this out to me yesterday, as much as USC dominated on the ground, and they did, I think Sam McEwen hit on this with Michael earlier today on the Happer Show, a lot of those rushing yards were on the drives that did not result in touchdowns or were on their own side of the field.
Right.
Which was made it like this unique kind of tint to the game in which every time they ran the ball, I thought they're going to get close to a first down, if not get a first down. And yet, like, there were times where Nebraska had to bow up, and they did a pretty good job at bowing up against them. It was very strange in that regard.
But the notion of, and listen, I'm not saying that those of you who were bitterly disappointed or, here's another gigantic missed opportunity with the blackout and, we had them, we were ahead and blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong for feeling that way. But in my worldview, when Dylan went down, I thought something big has to happen for Nebraska. And I kept waiting for it. And it just didn't happen. And part of that was USC was very well drilled on special teams. Nebraska was not.
The big play never came.
Nebraska wasn't going to get a big special teams play because USC, even though they have zero return game because they fair catch everything, and catch everything above their head like this. I'm like, damn, I'd be catatonic if I saw that. But they neutralized Nebraska's special teams.
Yep.
And
Nebraska misses a field goal, so that's
Nebraska misses a field goal. I'm with Michael. I think that was a mistake to try it from that far because of the conditions. And I know 2020 hindsight, if that thing's just, a couple of feet.
Let's put a pin in that because we need to talk about that whole situation.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not saying Nebraska was perfect or they didn't do some things to hurt themselves. They did. All I'm saying is I didn't come away from the game bitterly disappointed because, quite frankly, once Dylan went down, that game went from Nebraska can win to USC can't lose.
Well, shouldn't
lose.
Well, the funny part about that is, so the fumble happens, and then the next drive, USC gets to Nebraska's 47-yard line. It's a 4th and 2, and they get stuffed. And that was when I was talking about a moment ago about how the run defense bowed up kind of at times when they had to. And so Nebraska still has the ball, again, with that 8-point lead, and again in USC territory, which, again, was the situation you were just talking about. It's like, I'm with you. I didn't think that they were going to win once that happened. So somebody asked me yesterday, did you think that they were going to win before he got hurt? And I said, no, I still thought USC was going to find a way to win the football game. But certainly after the injury happened, I absolutely did not think that they were going to win. And yet they have the ball in USC territory, pass defense doing a great job. They just got a massive stop. And, whatever the right decision was or the wrong decision to make there, I mean, certainly I think field goal would have been last. I would have gone for it, punt, field goal. But the worst thing that you could have done is taken that second time out, and just not have the decision already made. Try to draw them off sides. But, trying to draw a team off sides when you've already taken a timeout a couple minutes prior, I think you either try to draw them off sides and you just get a delay a game, or you go for it. You can't take a second timeout in as many minutes.
Well, Lateef had only been in for a couple of series.
That was his second series.
Or
no, that was his first series. That was TJ Lateef's first series into the football game.
I just thought the whole functionality of all of it, especially when you're moving, Heinrich in at quarterback, to try to draw them off. And it really wasn't that earnest an attempt to draw them off because there was a couple of times, and then he pauses, gets up and gestures to TJ to go split out wide, and then goes under center for almost a token attempt.
And that was when the timeout came.
And then the timeout came with like 5 seconds left on the play clock. You got a backup quarterback who's in there, as a decoy. But how often have you actually practiced that? Why are you doing it in that spot? I just think in those moments, especially when you're dealing with a primary player, namely your quarterback who's a backup, you have to be decisive. Correct. And once you get to that 4th and 1, you have to make the call right there. We're either field goal, punt, or go for it. No gimmicks.
And they were happy seemingly.
Just do it.
They were happy seemingly to play the field position game a lot. Like we're watching the early part of the game where they do the draw with Dylan Raiola on 3rd down. They did 2 of those long draws that they obviously were not going to be able to pick up a first down on in the football game. They were happy to play the field position game. They were happy to play the clock game. And so in that moment in time, with a backup quarterback in, who is a true freshman, who is in it, if that was his first literal series of the game and his first important series of the whole season, that would have seemingly been the moment to play field position.
Against
a team who had only scored at the time 6 points.
Right.
I would have gone for it though.
In my view, I thought they were going to go for it straight up, and there wasn't going to be any shenanigans. I just thought they were going to go for it, and that would have probably been my call. But I wouldn't have faulted them if they had punted and played the field position game.
It would have made. I'm with you. Go for it is what I wanted them to do. It would have made sense though, given the circumstances of the situation.
Yeah.
Again, the issue with that though is the mismanagement.
I thought yes. I thought the field goal was the 3rd best decision, but then it got compounded with how it got to the field goal.
Because they had taken a timeout 2 minutes
because they had already used a timeout. And again, and we'll see it when we get to that part of the rewatch, but the NBC cameras cut to the kid in the student section, and he's doing the thing where he's grabbing his hair and he's going,
well, gosh, I mean,
and I'm like, exactly.
So 2 sounds.
And the murmurs coming from the crowd.
I was just going to say, so there are 2 sounds from that moment that I will not forget. The first one is the crowd going, oh, because you never hear a crowd react to a timeout by their own team. So that was weird. And also, Blackledge goes, why? Like he immediately recognized it too. Yeah. And so like Todd, of course, knows what he's doing and he understands what's happening. Everybody does. Like you cannot allow yourself to take a timeout after you had just given it up. And it was, late in the game, they have the ball, they're down, by 96 yards to go. Like I don't, it was going to be an uphill climb to begin with. And they were so laissez-faire about the usage of the ball. They only had 3 plays up for the 2-minute timeout to begin with, but just having that, and because it seemed to just fit that couple minutes up, they lost control just a little bit on that drive. Right. There was a no call, though Corcoran blocked past the whistle too, right?
I mean, I was surprised they didn't throw a flag? Absolutely. But I also saw an episode last night in the Sunday night game where someone shoved right in front of an official and they didn't throw the flag there.
Yeah. So you just have to, and they got the snap off before there was not going to be a delay of game. They had snapped the ball, but the refs ruled the timeout.
Here's my issue with that.
And that was the first timeout.
Here's my issue with that. Is Matt Rule justified being upset and right to show his upsettedness? Absolutely. But you know who doesn't? Dana. Dana can't be worried about, the extracurricular crap. That's his job, where he's back in his play call sheet and he's looking and he's getting the play into TJ.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That you just keep going because they had just earned a first down. So you got a first down. Now you got a little bit of rhythm, right? With your backup quarterback. That's when you're in your play sheet, you get the play in and you move on to the next play.
Yep.
So whether or not your head coach is flipping out or doing anything, or that doesn't matter. If you're a play caller, you're back in your play sheet, you call a play, you get it in because you already know the mechanics of the play call are a little wonky because he's got to go to the wristband. So that's on you to make sure that everything is focused. But at the end of the day, yes, the play starts and then the timeout is acknowledged. There would not have been a penalty. They could have let just the play go, so it just compounded the folly of the situation. Now, at the end of the day, did missing those 2 timeouts cost them the game? No. But those were moments, when you look at them in the bigger picture, that indicate that there was a little bit of panic on the sideline because the situation had just gone from A to Z.
And it was
Z meaning, oh my God, we've lost our alpha. We have a new quarterback in the game.
Yeah.
And so Ron Brown always called it the poise in the noise. That's where it was apparent that some of the poise was lost in the noise.
It was a situation where they were not ready to answer the moment with a definitive decision. Correct. And the problem now, of course, is that this has happened a few times. There's some comments. Timo says it was a failure in a big moment. Lane says, John and Josh, how many times have we already this year questioned in a big game decision by rule, and last year and the year before? It's a lot of times. I know Michael's ran through some of them on Severe Reaction, then on the show today. The ones that I always think of, Anthony Grant being on the field in his first ever game, weeks after he had said we can't trust him because he has fumble problems, the end of the Maryland, the end of the Wisconsin games in year one, heck, even the end of the Iowa game. And then last year, it's funny, last year against USC, they also had a weird, will they go for it, will they not, fake punt. Remember that whole, they had a situation where they were going to do a fake punt.
Good point.
They didn't like the alignment of the defense, so they called a timeout. Then they put the offense out there, and then they ended up taking a delay of game, and then they punted it. And they got rid of a timeout, and remember, they have the ball late, but not a whole lot of
used
time.
It there.
And so he has too often been, loose with, and I'd say that's a kind way to say it, but loose with timeouts. He was loose with the timeout in the first half, even. Yeah. And that was on defense when it was like third and 16, 3rd and 17. Yeah. One of those situations. Yeah, it's tough.
But at the end of the day, I don't want that to overshadow the fact that, I thought it was a tall task once Dylan went down. So I don't come out of Saturday as frustrated or downcast as maybe a lot of other folks. In fact, speaking of that, I did a poll question the morning after. Which of these best describes your feelings after USC's win? 52% frustrated. 21% understanding, as I wrote in parentheses, because they lost Dylan. 17% sad, 9% mad. So the vast majority are just frustrated, which is totally understandable.
I think that's probably the answer that I would, of those four options,
Totally understandable.
Would slot into a bit more.
So, yeah, I don't. Again, and part of this is also I did pick USC to win.
Sure, I just think
so I guess I can't sit here and I think a lot of times these opinions of being mad, being hypercritical of the team are coming in emotion. The emotion being, oh, look what they did. They had a blackout and they put all this energy into it and it didn't work. And that somehow amplifies the missed opportunity. I disagree. Yes, it was a great production. Yes, it caused quite a stir in the stadium. It's a great visual, but I don't put a lot of stock into beating USC would have been impressive whether they were wearing red, white, green, orange, or black. None of that mattered to me. I was just looking at the football. And from the football perspective, what I saw on Saturday was that Nebraska was close. They were close.
I thought Dirk Chatelain put it well yesterday. He said, one thing that jumps out about NU in these higher profile games, how often they let an opponent playing poorly off the hook. By the time USC woke up, it should have been a 2 or 3 score game. Why is that? The margin for error in a game shouldn't be this small.
I see.
You disagree?
I disagree.
That's interesting because
I disagree because USC was running the ball like crazy.
But Nebraska bowed up every single time.
Sure they did.
They held them to 6
points. Sure they did.
Done. It was two and a half quarters in, and USC had 6 points, and Nebraska was only up by 8.
Right, but that's then implying that Nebraska's got this juggernaut offense even with their number one quarterback, and they really don't.
I mean, we talked about it on Friday. Nebraska, outside of, and now you have to add this game into the pile, but outside of the Minnesota game, the offense has scored at least 28 points in every Big Ten game this year. And it's not like USC came in with some, rip-roaring defense.
But I mean, again,
they had the great, and we're going to go with the numbers later, but they had the great first drive, and then it's just super hard for them to replicate that.
Right.
But
there's a bit there's a bit of a trend there.
You said something earlier. Special teams were, they were essentially a wash in this game, unless you want to say the missed field goal and not having that great field position advantage, and shorter fields.
But think about it. As much as we talk about, well, but they scored 34 on this team and 30 on this team. Well, how did they, guess what helped get them there? Special teams.
Yeah.
7 points came against Northwestern from special teams. Essentially 7 points on special teams came in the Maryland game, right? I mean,
they set it up.
Williams set them up beautifully.
What, a 10-yard drive,
right?
Yeah,
they didn't get that on Saturday. The special teams did nothing for them in terms of changing the field or helping. I called it on the pregame show. Nebraska, this is a game of momentum. Nebraska needed momentum plays, and a lot of your momentum comes either from your defense or from your special teams. They did get a couple of momentum plays from defense, but they got no momentum plays from special teams. And I'm not saying that to say that, Mike Eckler, you failed them. No, I thought that USC was well drilled in it, and it just didn't lend itself to special teams making a big play.
I guess I'm surprised at you saying that, given that they had multiple times where Emmett Johnson was picking up large chunks of yards, and then they would follow it up with, a few pass
I
plays
literally could say the same thing about USC.
But we're covering it from the Nebraska perspective.
I understand that,
They're
but
only
that's
up
what I'm
14-6, and at that point, like, you certainly.
But I didn't think
more.
offensively they were, all that in a ball of wax. They had 2 good drives in the first half, and they both ended up in touchdowns. But outside of that, it was a little bit clunky. But that said, folks, it's not that bad.
Wow.
It's not that. You know what? We make fun of other people. Nick, I need to get my horse out.
Oh, I thought you were saying you make fun
Are
of
you
me.
carrying the water today?
I need to have
my
horse. Bring me Alpo. Come on, girl. We're going for a ride. You're just going to have to come up with a better plan. You got a week with TJ. UCLA's defense is bad. Hey, you qualified for a bowl, and Rule is signed for 7 years. The future is preserved for a safe and secure society. There you go. I'm riding the white horse today.
D'Lo says, John, they weren't doing much on offense. Also, John, losing Dylan Raiola was the game.
Yeah, both can be true at the same time. Hello. They both can be true at the same time. Are you meaning to tell me that Latif was going to be the spark for the offense?
Some would have been saying that for weeks.
And they would be wrong.
Yeah, I wonder how they feel.
They would be wrong. All right, when we come back, got to deal with the Dylan situation.
Well, speaking of Latif.
It's now the TJ Latif situation. Matt Rule had things to say about that. And I do want to get to the stuff before we get to Mitch of Matt Rule's main point of his press conference today.
Okay.
Because I think he's addressing the losers and the haters, of which there are some.
Josh.
What did I do?
Oh, I said loser and you thought of him?
Come on.
Terrible.
Nick, what on earth? What did I do to you?
I know he's wearing Cowboys gear.
Wow. They play tonight. I got to support the team. Go Cowboys.
16. I won't be able to watch. 16-20 the zone.
If that was a player, I'd lose my mind. Coach Butler. Coach, I'm in the press conference. Can I call you back? Not our fans. Our fans are going to show up. I freaking lost it in the locker room. I was pissed. The University of Nebraska. I'm not here to lose. When they take the ball and they defer to start the game, when they win the toss and defer, that means they think it's going to be a game in the second half. That's the disease of average. I just have to be very careful with what I say. I can't believe the things that you say. Oh, here we go again. I'm going to play you till you quit. If you keep on talking, baby, you know you're bound to drive me away. People take things I say and Sometimes you're something else.
Well, lay down in the afternoon, I start to napping. You walking through the room with some jaws are flapping. You keep that motor mouth moving morning, noon, and night. You keep on talking, baby, make my hair turn white. You talk too much.
I was proud of that football team today. I was proud.
I can't believe the things that you said.
There was a blood moon last night.
Every day.
The wolf was trying to eat the moon. And
If you keep on talking, baby, you know you're bound just to drive me away.
Well, today Matt Rule's length only triggered Nick. I thought it was. It's
like a half hour.
It was, but I thought it was well paced, right? Not as many long answers, but you could tell Matt Rule had something on his mind.
Well, and plus there was a lot of info at the beginning with the Dylan Raiola and what's going on.
Yeah,
having surgery.
His legs broke.
Wow.
And it's going to require surgery.
Yeah, he's going to be out for a little bit.
But that's really not much of my focus, or at least much of the focus.
No, I mean, we got the word yesterday. We got the word
Yeah.
officially from the university yesterday. The only thing that we were wondering, when is surgery? It's this week. What's the recovery? What did Rule say? 3 to 4 months?
Yeah.
That puts him back, in theory, time for spring football. So I'm with you. We can get on to the other.
Okay. There's really two parts to this.
Okay.
There's the TJ Lateef part. There's also the RESPECT part.
Yep.
Which,
well,
dealer's choice. What would you like? What do you want to focus on first?
Let's get the TEEF stuff out of the way, because I think
Josh trying to get the TEEF stuff out of the way.
That's your quarterback. Show some respect.
I think he's gonna be better this week than he was last week. No, but I feel like the other stuff is a bit meatier.
All right. Well, here is
meat.
Matt
Or
Rule
meaty.
being asked about what the plan is for TJ Lateef.
making sure that we put together a plan that he's comfortable with everything that he needs to do. As I said, I think guys are going to have to do a great job of being strong around him. But I mean, even in the game, he came out with a check on down in the red zone, and he checked it. He saw 0. He checked it to a tunnel screen. Jacory's wide open, is going to walk in. He just dropped the snap, and so he's mentally though at a really, really high level. And so he just needs reps. When you're the backup quarterback, you're getting reps, but not as many. And so now he needs reps. Jalen needs reps, and anybody else we use at quarterback will need reps this week.
It does make a little bit of sense as to why he dropped the snap. I think you had a freshman in a freshman moment who saw something.
He was like, "Oh my gosh, this is
going to work."
Yep.
And just what's the line? Jack needs to be here. Like, Juju, brand new pat.
Yeah, exactly.
He just got a little too jacked up, a little too excited, dropped the snap. But yeah, if you watch it, if you go back and watch it, you can see the tunnel screen is set up. Jacory's going to catch it, and
he's going to run a long way.
If he doesn't score, he's at least going to get right down there in scoring range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a bummer. You figure he was probably so amped up, and I bet he was amped up from his first snap until his last one.
Yeah.
I bet that didn't go down. Now he's going to have a week to prepare. They are going to be able to build the play sheet around his strengths and weaknesses. I said a few minutes ago, I think this week, much better performance, collectively than we saw from him last week.
Well, it's bound to be, because now you're mentally prepared for it. And I know they always say, if you're the backup, you got to be mentally prepared. But man, it is so different. It is so, especially when you haven't played in over a month.
Yeah.
And that TJ can still be mentally engaged. He can still be, have the earpiece in, hear the plays, be kind of focused, be kind of watching along. But when you're not expecting it.
Correct.
And I called it sudden. It's kind of like sudden change, right? In that all of a sudden you go from, I'm just the bench guy, to you're in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you got to do something. Now, they did have, USC did have the football, so TJ had some time on the sidelines to work some things out. But remember, in that same time, Dylan's trying to work himself back in. So there's still probably a little bit of doubt. Oh, Dylan's going to be okay. He's going to be able to go back in. There's just a lot of things going on. And, I think this is different than some other circumstances. And I guess the most famous one, of the best example, is when Tommy Frazier got his first start. He had played a few games ahead of that. But they also knew going into that Missouri game, Tommy's going to get the start. Also, the offense, the mechanics of the offense were different in 1992, right? They just were.
Also, Tommy was the best quarterback.
Tommy was the best quarterback.
We all knew it was a matter of time.
And you knew it was a matter of time.
It was not a matter of time this year for TJ.
Exactly. Lateef time isn't on schedule for another 2 years.
But now it's TEEF time.
So it is. It's different, and it is difficult to handle. Here's a little bit more from Matt Rule, talking about the responsibility of the team.
Pat Stewart had mentioned this to me like a couple weeks ago, just in the NFL. One of the guys he was with the Patriots with had said, if you want to draft a quarterback and play him young, he better be able to run because the game goes fast and you have to move. Even in the game the other day, you saw TJ was able to run some zone read RPO plays. The guy wasn't open. He was able to run. He was able to run on some plays. And so I think he was able to just kind of bring a little bit of all that to light. And so, this week to me is not about TJ, at least my message are, guys. It's about everyone else making this where every single person has to do their job at such a high level that TJ can just do his job and not try to do anything more. But TJ can do his job. He's an excellent player, and I think everyone's going to see him play really, really well.
So that's interesting. It makes me wonder, what are they going to do with Emmett Johnson and how much, if it's about the other people, that tells me you try to not rely on your freshman quarterback as much making his first start, which certainly makes sense, right? His usage rate, if you will, to use like a basketball stat, probably going to go down in terms of number of throws. Certainly they will not be thrown as much as Dylan had, barring the game getting away from them and needing to throw.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to see him like carry the ball as much as maybe people would expect him to. So how do you do that? Okay, you get the ball to Emmett Johnson, who already is coming off back-to-back games now with career highs in terms of rushing attempts. There was a question today to Rule from Caleb Henry about how is Emmett Johnson doing. He says he's doing really well in terms of the uptick in production, or really the uptick in number of touches. And so how many touches could they give to him and feel comfortable with? What do you do in terms of play clock, in terms of trying to lower just the number of overall snaps in this game?
Yeah,
UCLA is a team that's going to run the football as well.
I know that Dana likes to use tempo at times, but do you put that on the shelf?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you put that on the shelf knowing that maybe your best bet is to shorten this game? Because remember, you've got a defense to protect too.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought Maava running the ball like he did was something,
sure.
Remember, Maava wasn't a guy that ran a lot of designed runs. But when he did, damn it, it hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Just go watch that Penn State game, kids. Go watch what they did when Jerry Neuheisel got to call plays for the first time.
Iamaleava? Yeah, he had 16 carries for a $128 in that game. He had 3 touchdowns.
I would be stunned if there's not a heavy dose of Nico run game built into the UCLA game plan based on what Nebraska has shown on film.
Yeah, it's, since then, he has only rushed the ball 21 times, no touchdowns, only 56 yards since then, whereas he had the 128 against Penn State. But I have to imagine that they're going to look at Nebraska's defense and say, ooh, let's try to run the football in this game. That's what I would guess with Nico.
Here's Matt Rule talking about how he plans to coach TJ Lateef.
I coached him on Sunday like he was a veteran. I mean, I showed the opportunities we could have had. Hey, if you do this, because I want him to know that I have so much confidence in him that I'm going to coach him like Dylan. And Sam asked a great question after the game where he said, hey, maybe could you guys have taken a couple more shots? Well, they were called, and sometimes they were there. And whether it was protection, whether it was he ran instead, and so TJ's our starting quarterback now, and he's a starting quarterback in Nebraska. So when I talk about people respecting us nationally, it's part of that is us too. Like he's got to go play the way guys play, and I can't wait to see him play.
That's quite the way to describe it, where, it's almost like do not, sit back and think, oh, no, it's the backup quarterback.
Right.
That's what I hear when he says it like he did there.
And you need to put that face forward, but you have to plan accordingly.
Sure.
You're not going to have the same amount of playbook available to you this Saturday as you had last Saturday or all of the other previous Saturdays, because your number one guy, who admittedly by the coaches, they're preparing as a pro quarterback, and he has as much freedom as any quarterback in the country. That is not going to be in existence.
And by the way, John, it's going to be like that way for the rest of the season.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You can't jam in a season's worth. Really, you can't jam 2 seasons worth of experience because Dylan has 2 years of experience. You can't do that in a month. And you might say, well, what were they doing in the preseason? How come they elevated him to number 2? I mean, it's just the fact of the matter. He's a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Just as Dylan went through it last year, but the difference was Dylan was preparing to be the starter all last year. TJ was preparing to be the backup.
Mm-hmm.
It is just different. And so I push back to anyone who is like, well, why didn't they do just with TJ? And why didn't they do that with TJ? Because
do what? Like play him more?
Well, no, I'm talking about they needed to take more deep shots. They needed to do this. They needed to do that. The last thing you need is a Bo Davis situation. If you remember your Husker history from 21 years ago and in the midst of the 70-10 loss at Texas Tech, put Bo Davis in the game. And what did they do? Tried to basically run the same playbook. That did not end well, and we never saw Bo Davis again. Part of this, too, yes, it's about putting TJ Lateef in the best situation that you possibly can over these final 3, well, it'll be 4 games with the bowl. But at the same time, thinking ahead to what you're doing for this young man's future, because you don't want to destroy anyone's confidence.
So you're saying you expect a much, much more conservative game plan in the next 3-4 games?
I think there's
much more conservative.
I think there's a very good chance of it.
Even
less,
if that lowers your chance to win?
I think it lowers your chance to win if you try to cram 2 years of.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I guess where I would disagree with some of what you just said was I thought that they should have taken a couple more shots, but I thought that it was obvious they didn't trust him to make the right play.
I mean, they weren't taking many deep shots with Dylan. That wasn't
correct.
even in the game plan.
I agree.
Okay, so it's you can call it a conservative game plan if you want. It needs to be a smart game plan. It needs to play up as many strengths as you possibly can while mitigating any weaknesses that you have. It will be a different game plan.
Of course it will.
The game plan for UCLA changed the moment Dylan Raiola broke his leg.
And not to look too far ahead, but I mean, gosh, I can't stop thinking about the game against Iowa in 25 days. What the hell is that going to look like?
Think about this, friends.
Remember when Logan Smothers made the start against him? Like, they were torturing that guy.
Think about this, my friends. I had this question queued up for Mitch. Based on where you are in the schedule, you are very fortunate from the standpoint of it happened here versus it happening, even before college? Penn State.
Like it happens next week?
What if this had happened before Iowa?
Yeah. Yeah, at least you get a
couple of games and an off
week.
And I'm not looking past either UCLA or Penn State.
Yeah.
But trust me, Phil Parker is going to have something cooked up to make that freshman look as much like a freshman as humanly possible.
Yeah.
So I guess the timing of when it happened, you never want it to happen, but at least it happened here. In terms of what you can try to do to maximize the best you can with TJ Lateef. And I'm not here making this case to set up the fact that, yep, they're losing out the rest of this. I don't know if they're losing out. We'll see. This Saturday is going to have a lot to say about that. But you know what else is going to have a lot to say about Saturday? How Nebraska's run defense performs.
Absolutely.
All right, let's shift gears to the other part of it.
Yeah.
Here was part of the opening statement today where we first heard what Matt Rule's main message of the week is.
We have to learn to get people to respect Husker football again. And, we've had a chance to play Michigan and we lost by 3 points. We had a chance to play USC. We lost by 4 points. So we have to chase those 3 points and those 4 points. We have to get better. We have to continue to recruit. We have to lift and run and do all those things. But I also think these next 3 games are some of the most important time for our team and for our program moving forward. This team, the guys that are here, they deserve to leave as winners. They've done everything we've asked them to do. And B, we have to on a national narrative, we have to become someone that people respect. And it starts with ourselves. When we respect ourselves and don't talk trash about ourselves and don't go out there and, not do things right. Like when we do things at a high level, we show respect for our program and our future, then I think people nationally will.
So when I first heard that, I thought, wait, talking trash about ourselves, are players trashing themselves internally? And then I thought about it for a moment and said, no, I think he's got something bigger in mind. And later on, Matt Rule clarified, what does rally around us mean?
The message for our guys about, rallying around each other and making it about us. And when I say us, I'm talking about all of us. I'm not just saying the football team. I'm talking about all of us. Like, you're with us or you're not, right? And so, like, that crowd, like, not many people have that crowd that we had. It's an unbelievable opportunity, and we're going to be grateful for the fact that we get a chance to go play a hot UCLA team in the Rose Bowl, 8:00 at night, in front of a huge Husker crowd. So I think it's not living in the past, but just always saying what's next and moving on to the future and being grateful for the future that you have.
Who was that targeted to?
You're talking about the whole opening statement or just that specific part?
Both of those.
I thought it was purely players. Purely players.
Really?
Who did you think it was targeted to?
I think it's targeted towards the negative fans and any negative media.
You think so?
In addition to, I mean, some of it is obviously to the players, but again, the players aren't trashing themselves.
Startsmean says me.
The first part of the opening statement, I don't know, was it at the beginning?
We have to learn to get people to respect Husker football again.
I mean, we have to get people to learn how to respect it. And the first thing is, I think the more of that message is directed to the negativity outside the program in the state than it is to the team itself.
I mean, there's certainly
he is talking to the team about, projecting confidence and all of this other stuff. But I think.
Do you think it's because there's that classic, and I saw this a lot on Saturday, not to say classic twice so fast, but classic Nebraska, like that type of mindset of, of course they lost. This is what the program does in these moments. They get up and they blow it and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. And
so why was that the way he started today?
I'm spitballing here.
Yeah.
But I think Matt Rule senses that the exterior negativity of the here we go again.
Is it getting to his team?
He's worried that it gets to his team and that it could be more susceptible to get to the team now because that their field general is out.
Sure.
And it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy for guys on that sideline in that locker room to kind of similar to what I said in my opening monologue about, as soon as TJ came in the game, I thought Nebraska's chances of winning went down. Matt Rule's trying to get that out of their heads because he doesn't want any built-in excuses because he's already acknowledged on several occasions when he talks about the, oh no, here we go again. This is like a cold is to the flu. They're all related. It's a virus. This is a virus that he has been trying to fight off for 3 years.
Well, going back, so you opened the show or this kind of discussion by saying like the blackout component didn't really, and the atmosphere and all that, like that loss didn't really do much for you from that perspective. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Max says he knows how dejecting that loss was for everyone. A lot of time, energy, and hyping into it. Do you think that part of it is the response that like that was? I mean, I can't remember who said it over the weekend, but essentially it was like they created a big game out of scratch. Like it's a top 25
which is
team.
Weird because it was going to be a big game whether or not they were wearing green or black.
I would say that it went from it would have been a solid 7 or 8 and they made it. It's not a perfect Colorado last year or 92-10. It was certainly a 9 though, and they did that kind of out of nowhere. And look, when you get that hyped for a game and then you lose and you have to play another game after that, it has to be really, really difficult.
Which is kind of why I'm not a big fan.
You are a nameless, faceless, treat every game the same way, right?
I'm not a big fan of gimmick games. I'm not.
And John does not mean that as a negative connotation.
No, I don't.
I know. I was saying that you didn't mean it as a negative connotation.
Because the word inherently is not a negative word.
But so like,
how much of what I saw what happened. I saw what happened, when they treated USC back in 2007 as bigger than every other game on the schedule. What happened? The team tanked after that. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but you see what happens sometimes. And this was something that Osborne, even the mighty Oz, faced.
He didn't want to,
He didn't like
that
Oklahoma was the end-all, be-all to every season.
But you know what? At least it was the end of the season. And, they had a bowl game after it every time.
But
and occasionally
it allowed,
Japan game.
Yeah, it allowed you to kind of come down a bit because Osborne's first win over Oklahoma was followed up by what?
Missouri.
A loss to Missouri, and everything they had fought for, having a shot at the national title, disappeared one Saturday later.
And so, not to make this obvious comparison, but given that Penn State or Nebraska about to play UCLA, Penn State, what do they follow up the Whiteout loss with? A game against UCLA. And they were, for whatever reason, there obviously is a lot of other crap that was going into that situation because their coach is now fired. But they followed that loss up with a even more horrific loss. Saturday night's understanding. It's a top 25 team, and your quarterback gets knocked out at the end of it. Right. And now I guess it would be understanding. For some, they're a road underdog, and they have a true freshman making a first start. But, man, you really don't want the defense to, especially the pass defense, or Emmett Johnson, the run game that was so good, to follow that up with a stinker of a performance. That's interesting, though. I mean, you're probably right.
See, because I think he knows he's already fighting it in his locker room. Right? He said all the right things today, but he knows he's still fighting that virus of here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
Even as much as he has said, we've kind of gotten past that, but he knows that it's still out there. And it's only going to get worse if people around the program are doing the same thing. And he is trying to clear that message from everybody's mind.
No distractions.
Creating fewer distractions because they are already going to be distracted.
A lot of distractions last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yes, there were.
Yes.
I would say this, for those who were wondering if the contract extension stuff, I thought they were properly focused against USC. I thought they were properly focused.
Yeah,
I thought they came out, they got their most havoc that they've had in 4 weeks.
And he has in-game management issues all the time. So
so that's always going to be there.
Sadly.
At least until they truly address that.
Yeah.
I don't credit any of Saturday to, but they were spending just a little bit too much time on the contract. No. I wouldn't push back in the Minnesota week, but I would push back this week. What I saw was a team that was properly prepared. Maybe they didn't execute right, and maybe you can argue in some of the decisions, especially after they got up early and maybe didn't, really try to attack on offense in the first half.
Well, gosh, but I don't score late in the first half, and they get the ball first in the second.
But I don't think any of the external distractions of last week had any effect on the outcome this week.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Maybe you disagree. We'll talk to Mitch Sherman, get his thoughts next on 1620 The Zone. But first, John and Josh here for Underdog with some exciting news. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog today, right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone. Score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules for Crypto.com predictions. The term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Mitch, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, Josh is making us watch the game over again.
Mitch, it's nice to have it on Mondays as a nice little reminder
of how Nebraska lost the game.
If they would have won, I would have done the same thing for the record.
Well, but they didn't.
I mean,
so
I don't think you should only rewatch wins.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you.
Well, but it seems like in all of our historic rewatches,
it has been a lot.
There's been a lot of losses, and Josh has the remote.
Interesting. I apologize.
There's things to glean from that game.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
A lot of good entertainment. A lot of pain for Nebraska, and some some positives as well.
Yeah,
there have been. There's been a lot of grousing. I saw it immediately after the game about, because of the blackout, because of how much emotion they put into it, and the fact they were leading by 8 points with the ball on a couple of occasions, that they missed another opportunity. Are critics losing sight of the fact that Nebraska lost its starting quarterback? Because I'm sure didn't hear my monologue at the beginning of the show. As soon as Latif came in, my confidence level, which I would have guessed would have been around 65% that Nebraska was going to win at that point, probably flipped completely on its head. And I thought, somebody's going to have to make a big play at some point here if Nebraska is going to win this game. That was my view.
My confidence level in Nebraska definitely went down when Dylan Raiola was hurt. The Huskers still had a lead and had still held USC without a touchdown at that point into the third quarter. I get that the Trojans were gashing Nebraska some in the run game, although USC didn't have a run over 16 yards in that game. So some of the comparisons that I've heard to 2007 when USC put up 49 points and was running through the holes the size of semi-trailers are off base.
Mm-hmm.
Haynes King had 130 yards, 120 some yards. They did what they wanted for the most part in the run game, I would say. And Mayava getting going in the run game in the second half, I think it ended up being more of a game-changing kind of problem for Nebraska. But yeah, I mean, overall, John, I agree with you. It was a huge momentum flip, that moment right there where Dylan went down. And how could it not be in a one-score game to lose easily the most consequential player on your roster, despite Emmett Johnson on the offensive side and Sierra Wright on the defensive side? I think playing in that game and this season for the most part at first-team All Big Ten levels, Dylan, who was not at a first-team All Big Ten level, not with Julian Sain and Fernando Mendoza in the conference, not really anywhere close to it, is still the most important player. And Nebraska needs him to in order to win a game like that.
Mitch, we've talked a little bit, John and I have so far today, about how he came in, he being TJ Latif, and, he probably, was, I cannot imagine how amped up he was and just trying to catch his bearings a little bit, and how that probably contributed to, for example, the drop snap, on the play where Barney was open. How much do you think that also contributed to, in particular, the decision-making on the famed third quarter drive with the 4th and 1, with the 2 timeouts that had been taken, the field goal, all of that stuff? How much did that contribute to how Nebraska mismanaged what happened over the course of those couple minutes?
Yeah, well, some parts of it was huge. The timeouts, the way that Nebraska handled the timeouts, the only one that I could see have going different. Well, if Dylan's in the game, probably on the 4th and 1, when you're trying to draw them off sides, you have Dylan taking the snap. But that didn't change the fact that it's unlikely. I don't think they should try to draw them off sides.
No,
I think if you're going to go for it, especially having just burned a timeout 2 plays earlier, if you had all 3 timeouts, all right. But to line up and try to draw them off sides, that's maybe a 10 or 15% success chance at best, with a hard count. So I don't like that on the heels of the timeout that Nebraska had to take because Matt Rule was trying to get, as he said, the clock pumped after the little melee that involved Turner Corcoran and what maybe should have been a flag on USC. I think in that situation, it all maybe gets unfolded a little bit better if Dylan is out there and maybe you don't have to take the timeout. Rule was probably kind of quick with that timeout because he knew he had an inexperienced quarterback who wasn't ready to manage that and keep his eye on the play clock in the same way that Raiola would have. And then on the fourth down play, the decision to kick the field goal from 52 yards instead of going for it on 4th and 1. Yeah, I think that's very much it's a huge part of the equation for Matt Rule. Lateef, I don't think, and we can ask Dana about this tomorrow, is comfortable going under center. Maybe they can work with him on that during the bye week, but they're going to have him in the shotgun, as we saw on 4th and 1 on the last offensive play for Nebraska in the entire game. And it's tougher to get a 4th and 1 out of the gun than it is if Dylan's there and he's under center. And we saw what happened on that 4th and 1 out of the shotgun. The Johnson and Lateef collided, and it didn't. I'm actually totally fine with the decision to kick the field goal on 4th and 1. I have a way bigger issue with the timeout usage earlier in that drive, and I have a bigger issue yet, probably an even big. Well, the timeout thing is number one. Number two for me is the way Nebraska handled the aggressiveness on offense in the first half when it had a 7-0 lead and all the momentum, and then number three, a far cry down the line. I'm not even criticizing it. I think it's the right call. I don't think they should have tried to draw them offside, but I think kicking the field goal there on 4th and 1 is the right call. It was within their range, they felt. And even if you get the first down on 4th and 1, you're probably just looking at a shorter field goal. Maybe not a shorter field goal, because the chance that you're going to have a negative play or a turnover after you get that first down is somewhat high, and the chance that you're going to score a touchdown on that drive with TJ Lateef from 30 plus yards out, to me, is low. Like, combined with getting the first down, it's probably 20% or less.
Mitch, what did you think of Matt Rule? Because he was asked about the timeouts today. What did you think of his explanation?
Well, he went to the wrong play in discussing it first.
Right.
Mm-hmm. At first, he started to talk about the
second one,
the fourth down timeout.
Yeah.
But Sam was asking about the first timeout after the pile up. And Rule just said that he was not arguing the no call, which is good to know, because if you're standing there arguing the no call and then you have to use a timeout because the play clock ran down, then that's not good. He said that he was trying to get the refs to stop the clock, because that's what typically happens when there's difficulty getting a pile unfurled. So yeah, I'll take him at face value on that. I thought that was fine, but regardless, they should have been in a position to get out of that thing without using two timeouts.
Mitch, positive question for you. Pass defense, Nebraska, all year long, it's not that there had been doubters, more like, could they keep it up at the level they had been playing at, A, when they went up against a better passing offense, and more importantly, B, and I know that John has felt this way, like their pass rush or lack thereof is eventually going to be their undoing. Like, they did get a little bit of pressure on Maava, forced him into a couple of intentional groundings. I wonder now, like, where does this group rank for you among the best that you have seen in your time covering the program? Because I thought, pound for pound, opponent adjusted, and again, what they don't have up front compared to the groups that I really remember. I don't know if I want to say they're the best that I've ever seen, but they are really damn good.
Mm-hmm. And they played their best game.
Yep.
Donovan Jones, Andrew Marshall, Rex Guthrie. Those guys were outstanding in coverage, especially the first two that I mentioned. That's not Guthrie's strength, and still he held up. I mean, he was there on the flea flicker. On a flea flicker as a safety, if you're in coverage and you've got your guy, you've done something right. Like, you didn't bite on the run play, and he was there. And Maava made a really nice throw. So even Rex Guthrie, where you're talking about a redshirt freshman, that's where not doing his is probably his strongest suit there in covering downfield. He did a nice job, but Marshall, Jones, and Sierra Wright was just out of this world in that game with his coverage to shut down Mekhi Lemon. Like I don't know if people quite realize is one of the best receivers in the country.
Yes,
like he might be a first round pick.
Yes,
he had 1 catch, 2 catches. One was a shovel pass on the first drive, on the third down play on the first drive. Like that's not on Sierra. This and then 1 other catch for like 12 yards. I mean, Sierra was all over him, and you could see the respect from Lincoln Riley when the two of them met after the game in telling Sierra that you were all over the field. So he's fantastic and is one of the best shutdown corners in the Big Ten. So the pass defense as a whole, it's very good. It's I didn't think that they would hold up that way against USC without heavy pressure on Mayava, and the pressure was fine. It got there at times. I thought they called a few nice blitzes. Vincent Shavers got home on one. There were periods of the game where they ramped it up a little bit and got back there in the backfield. But overall, it wasn't like they weren't putting intense heat on the USC quarterback.
By the way, I forgot about this. He only had 2 catches for 15 yards in last year's game, and that's the last time he had such a low production game. There's a couple of games like the UCLA game the following week where he only had 2 catches, but they were for 69 yards.
Nice.
And earlier this year, he had, well, I guess 4 was his lowest. And even against Notre Dame, he had 76 yards.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
completely shut him down.
2 games against Nebraska in 2 seasons, he has 4 catches for 33 yards.
Yeah, I don't know if Sierra was on him last year.
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting to know. But he was on Saturday night.
But he is really, really good. And I thought Nebraska I actually thought that Ja'Cory Lane would probably have the bigger game, that Nebraska would kind of shift some of their focus onto Lemon. And Mayava was just off. He was off all night. Mm-hmm. I mean, he had some bad throws from the very beginning that I was like, man, this dude just is not on.
He did, and I mean, I think you can look at the weather conditions as a factor. It's cold. Yeah. He's from Hawaii. He plays at USC. That's a small thing, but I would not undersell the importance of the significance and the impact of Nebraska's pass defense and just the looks they were giving him. I mean, it's not all about pressure and all about coverage. It's a lot about that, but it's just also about the disguising blitzes, the ability to confuse the quarterback and get in his head a little bit, and that's John Butler, and they did a great job at that.
Mitch, moving forward, I wonder how you think the Dylan Raiola injury is going to shape not just what they do on the field, but kind of like how we discuss them now in the final few games. Like, not only was he the starting quarterback, but he, you make an argument he's the face of the program. It's hard in college football, right, to have a player as the face more than the coach. But at least for me, I'm looking for markers in year 3 of like taking the step forward or I guess not taking a step forward. And I'm asking myself, how is this going to change how I am viewing the last few games, especially if things maybe get a little bit tougher and their backup quarterbacks and TJ Latif's not able to bring them as many wins. How are you thinking about that stuff?
I don't know yet. I haven't. I mean, we've had this revelation now for a little over 24 hours. I've got to see them play, think about it a little bit more. There are things that Raiola doesn't necessarily directly impact, and that's how hard the team plays. It's the play of the defense and the special teams. It's some things that players are doing on the offensive side that TJ Latif can assist with in the same way that Dylan did, how Emmett Johnson continues to play, things like that. So I don't know. It's a good question, because if you get to the day after Black Friday and they are at 7 wins, how do you view that in the context of not having your starting quarterback for the last 3.5 games? If they're at 8 wins, then I think absolutely you're looking at this season as a step forward, and if they're at 6 wins, that's a tougher sell for me. That's the same as last year. That means you ended, you went over November. I have a hard time in any circumstance there, looking at this this as much of a positive, like in the big picture. I'm sure you'll be able to find little positives no matter what. I mean, Emmett Johnson is cemented this year as a big positive for him. But it's going to depend on how it looks. It's going to depend on how it looks. You know, what these games look like over the next 4 weeks, and you know how the team responds to this. I mean, this kind of stuff happens in football. So it's not like Nebraska's alone in having to go with an inexperienced backup, and they have a talented guy there in Latif. So teams have to deal with this. They are not, as Sierra Wright said on Saturday night, and as I wrote about in the Athletic today, they are not victims of circumstance. Nebraska is not having things happen to them that don't happen to other teams. In fact, Matt Rule likes to say things don't happen to you. That's an important distinction and piece of advice for, I think, everybody around the program to remember as they move forward here in November.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic. I guess we'll end on this, and it's the question of the week, and that is, can Dana get something together to make TJ Latif as effective as possible in time for UCLA this week?
Well, it's funny. He went to Los Angeles last year with a short amount of time to construct a game plan for Dylan Raiola, a freshman quarterback, a true freshman quarterback. And, you know, I thought Nebraska a year ago, and Dylan had more experience, obviously, than TJ does most of the way through his freshman year. But, you know, Dana didn't know the system, and Dana didn't know the personnel. So I think the job he has this week, while difficult, is much easier than what it was a year ago. And you're not playing a team that's as good as USC was last year in 2025 UCLA. So yeah, they have a lot of pieces on the offensive side. Nebraska does, and at receiver, at tight end, obviously at running back, there are players that they can bring out who maybe have been a little quiet of late that I think can really help take some of the pressure off TJ Latif. He can be a distributor. He can be a point guard. And I think that plays to his strengths. So it's you know, once you get past like the whole just disappointment of Dylan Raiola's season ending like that, I think there's a lot of intrigue and things to be excited about what Nebraska might be able to do with the personnel that it has in this offense. And then you get through this week and you have a bye before Penn State to sit down and really build some stuff around TJ. And you know, you should be able to have a system for the last two games against Penn State and Iowa that takes advantage of his strengths even more and allows Dana to dig into his bag of innovative. We know that he's more innovative and creative than what we have seen for 9 games. I think he's not hamstrung, but I think he was playing within the system. He was calling plays within the system with Dylan as a pro style quarterback. And now this, while not good in any way for Nebraska, should allow him to open things up a bit.
No shortage of drama. Remember the offseason, how drama free it was?
I know.
And then they had to tee up the ball and play the games.
Oh, it's got a little more dramatic.
If we want less drama, I guess we just need to play less football.
Oh, stop it, John. Don't you say that.
Mitch,
no drama.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic. Appreciate it, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
I was thinking about that. Remember the early Rule era where the biggest thing drama-wise was the volleyball team and the meal?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah,
that was goofy.
I forgot about that.
John's had it paused on the YouTube for like 10 minutes. I was watching the game, and now it's been sitting there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Good. You were able to actually focus on Mitch.
Let's
Good.
watch Interstellar.
You're welcome. No, we're not watching Interstellar. Well, it's the point where Dylan gets hurt. The part about this, because I saw some criticism of, well, why are they running a pass play? They just gotten a first down with Emmett.
You really are carrying water today. What happened to the run the ball, John, that I know and love?
Again,
where did he go?
I'm not making any judgment.
Did you
I
get
just
a phone
wanted
call too.
I wanted to see this again. I wanted to see this again.
Game plan was good.
No, I wanted to see this again. And
give me a jug of water, Nick. We should
take
photos
along
of us with jugs of water.
We have them in the break room.
I know, so we could say,
the
carrying the water.
It's a max protect play.
Also, Dylan had a missed pass 2 plays earlier too that could have been a touchdown.
Well, I don't know if it would have been a touchdown.
It would have
you
gotten-
talking about the back shoulder throw?
Yeah, where he immediately was like,
right. Yeah, I don't. It wouldn't have been a touchdown, but it would have been first and goal at like the 5.
It would have been nice.
I
would have been cool with them continuing to run the ball because the 2 best plays in the 3 that preceded this play were Emmett Johnson runs that eventually got them a first down.
Here is another definition of irony. This Nebraska team, who has given up a record number of sacks in Big Ten games this year, has given up 2 sacks in the last 2 games.
What happened on those 2 plays?
You lost your starting right tackle and you lost your quarterback.
Yikes.
In other words,
insane.
They protected well for 2 games, but the 2 times they didn't, it led
Did you just see that for the first time?
to 2 season-ending injuries.
One a career-ending injury.
Well, yeah, because his career was
Then-
going to be up anyway. And now this one.
Yep. A season-ending injury.
I didn't get to watch the last half of the game. This is my first time actually seeing what happened.
Not great.
Yeah, it wasn't good. You could tell right away that it wasn't going to be good.
I mean, the thing you're wondering
which is why I was a little surprised he was doing as much moving around on the sideline as he was trying to work it back into shape.
Yeah.
Because at the time they thought it was a ankle sprain.
you thought it was an ankle.
I thought it was a high ankle.
Kenneth says what I was wondering, and I will have a hot take on this tomorrow, so stay tuned. But Kenneth says, is Dylan taking his last snap in a Nebraska uniform? I couldn't help but wonder the same thing on Saturday.
He's still here.
Yeah, but he's not taking another snap this season.
Well, not this season.
Okay, I'm going to put a pin in this, boop, and I will give you a take on that tomorrow.
And I'm going to take that pin out. And
I know you're going to throw the water that you're carrying at me.
Jab it in your eye and say, he hasn't taken his
Take
last
this
snap.
water, Josh.
He hasn't taken his last snap at Nebraska.
Did Josh just say that he's finally a TV? Oh my God, he admitted.
No, I did not say that.
Josh.
This sounds very
That's
Teefy adjacent. Very Teefy adjacent.
Asking a question is adjacent. I'm not the one who wanted him.
Oh, does Nebraska need a more mobile quarterback? I'm just asking a
You
question.
didn't want him, but now you do want him. It's kind of like that girl in high school
I didn't do
that
anything.
you've always ignored. But then all of a sudden you find out she's interested in you, and then all of a sudden you start to look at her in a different light, and you're like, I could see myself.
There's no way you would have been able to ignore a girl. They all ignored you.
I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about me. I think.
What a compliment.
I think TJ
Mr. Nighttime Fun.
That was when I was in elementary school.
I think TJ Lateef is that girl.
No, I
For
didn't
you.
even see
in the
so first of all, you carry water.
sense.
Nobody listens.
Lateef is the person who shows up to the school dance all maked up and maked over, and then suddenly everyone's like, "Oh!"
Just blows everybody away. Oh, and then the music plays. You know, in those John Hughes movies.
Well, Jason says Dylan will be starting quarterback next year.
The camera starts to
I'm
show
not
the
even
girl
listening
in
to
this
you guys.
glowing light, and then the camera switches over
Not
to
paying
Josh.
attention.
It's the slow pan in. And all of a sudden, you see his eyes start to get big, and his jaw becomes agape, and he's like, "Oh,
Man, they had multiple of those pre-snap penalties, like a bunch of idiots." Jason writes, "This is good info. Dylan will be starting quarterback next year. That is 100%." There you go. All right. Don't even.
Well, I look forward to what your hot take is.
I will. It's maybe not what you think, but I'll give it to you tomorrow. Give it to you. No, it's not going to be. I love TJ Lateef. That is not. No, stop it now. Stibbs is getting in on this. I didn't say that. Nobody listens. Nobody listens. Nobody listens. People have bad hearing these days. It's very sad. Honestly, you hate to see it.
We're going to find out tomorrow that Josh's real birth first name is Thomas.
Thomas.
And that he's actually gone by TJ Peterson all this time.
Sad Husker fan says, TP Josh, put that on the internet. Do not put that on the internet.
Well, guess what? We're all Teefies now.
Wow, Andy says, days like this make me excited for Creighton road games and guest hosts. Holy crap. Damn. John's out next week, by the way, on Monday. Austin will be in. Mr. Panther.
Why? I'm sorry. Am I triggering you, Andy?
Nice.
Am I triggering you with my takes?
Am
I too positive for you? Are you the problem, Andy? Are you who Matt Rule was talking about today? About don't put that poison, don't
Somebody
spread that virus
the take hole.
in my water.
That take is poison.
Here, I'm doing
Doug and Idaho says we're all
unprompted.
TPs now. That's
I'm doing unprompted by Matt Rule. By the way, what Matt Rule wants us all to do This was my take on This was my take Saturday night when I was at home.
I wasn't with you at your home on Saturday.
When you were airing up the tires?
What were you doing?
When I was airing up the tires.
I should have watched the end of the World Series.
Yeah. And that's when it crystallized. This wasn't such a terrible missed opportunity
This
after
is
all.
insane. I'm happy they lost. It's actually good.
I didn't say that.
John's a TP.
John's the real hater all along.
I didn't say that.
This is crazy.
I
can't believe
didn't
you thought the
say
loss
that.
was awesome and they deserved it. And it'll be good for some reason.
You're just jabbering noise. Oh, sorry, Andy. Here's some more.
Noise.
Here's some more jibber jabber for you,
That noise
Andy.
is jabber.
Coming up next, we have
Soft and firm.
Yep.
John is firm that nothing is
no
wrong.
doubt or cool your
Everything
jets.
is great.
I never said nothing is wrong. I just said it wasn't such a horrible missed opportunity. Sorry that USC had to come and crash your Black Panther party.
Sorry, crash your
Black Panther party. Actually, USC didn't crash the Black Panther party. The Black Panther party crashed Nebraska.
Here comes the drive. Nick, this is the stupid drive that we've been talking about. This drive is so dumb.
Wow, look at those season numbers. 11 of 12 for 254 yards.
Is he still better than Gronowski, or is Gronowski
Hell no. Have you seen Iowa lately?
Wait,
They're an offensive juggernaut.
Speaking of hot takes,
yeah.
Stay tuned for tomorrow. Iowa-related take in there.
Go Hawks.
Oh,
By the way,
great. Josh trying to now subvert the TEEFs by giving Iowa more material for their bulletin board. We saw how that went last time.
Kenneth says, Grammy, stand up. It's Jalen Gramstad season.
That was one of the slowest handoffs I think I've ever seen, by the way.
That is true, by the way. Now that TJ's number one, guess who the new most popular man on the team is? Jalen Gramstad. Can't wait to hear from the Grammys.
Nick, let's get a graphic going where
Yep.
it's an old
Grammys.
lady.
Get all the little Grammy logos all over
my
it. The
gosh.
Grammys now are the new TEEFs.
Wow, this is wild.
It is, but that's how it works. Them's the rules. Firm and Soft next, 16:20 The Zone. All right. Firm and soft.
Cool your jets, no doubt.
Oh, wait, have you already started your Grammys campaign?
No, I haven't made anything there. I was shaking my head at Nick and his
questions. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we found out during the break that Nick has never attended an event held in a stadium or arena that has bench seating.
That's true.
Nick, Mr. Silver Spoon, always has to have his own little chair.
It's not a silver spoon. I've just never been to a venue that only had benches.
That said, Nick, depending on where his seats are, he might actually have seats at the game too. We don't know for sure.
Oh, well, of course he does. He's not gonna allow himself to sit on a plank.
No, there's no
How
way.
dare.
There's no way. All right, firm. I'm gonna go positive for there's that fan.
There's that kid.
Yeah, that fan. Not happy. Firm. Nebraska has the best pass defense the program has had since the height of the Bo Pelini era. Michael Severe had some great numbers on Severe Reaction yesterday. 135 yards from Maava were the fewest a Lincoln Riley-led offense has had since he took over the Oklahoma Sooners head coaching job in 2017. Maava completed 39.1% of his passes. First time in his career, you ready for this? This was the first time in his career he went below 50%, and he only completed 39% of his passes. We talked about Mekhi Lemon a little bit with, was that with Mitch? That was with Mitch.
Yes.
18 yards, 2 catches, which was 90 yards below his average that he had coming into the game. And the thing, again, that they are doing it without is a great pass rush. Give them their flowers. The pass rush caused problems. Maava had a couple of different intentional grounding penalties. He had to move around, which we thought was going to happen. Their sack allowance or their pressure allowed had been very high. They were in I think the 80s or 90s on the entire country this year. So that wasn't a surprise. But then Nebraska finally was able to do that and kind of finish the job, because I think intentional grounding is finishing the job.
You do get credit for a sack on those.
I didn't know that in college, because you don't in the NFL.
We do.
And so this group has been awesome. I think it's now time to start talking about them at that level. And that is as good as any group since 2010. Any group since 2010. Again, they don't have Jared Cricket and Dominican Sue and those guys in front of them.
Well, that was going to be my first firm, so I'll just move on to the soft. And this is the but to what you just said.
They allowed him to run the day.
The run defense is still doing its thing, too.
Stinky.
We had a number. I don't remember if I said this during the Keys. I think I did on Friday's show, but I did definitely say it on 1620, the pregame.
A great pregame show.
That the USC Trojans between the tackles averaged 8.5 yards a carry, and Nebraska had one of the worst run defenses, allowing 6.5 yards a carry between the tackles.
Yeah.
And guess who won the pony?
The Trojans.
Yeah, except they weren't riding ponies; they were riding Trojans. But yeah,
Trojan horse, John.
And you know that Maava. Nice. I had a feeling that
tonight
that Maava was going to pull the ball some and run it more than he normally does.
And he did. He had a career high rushing yards,
including on the touchdown that eventually was the tying score.
Yep.
It was just, and that's why I say, here it comes again. Look out Saturday night in the Rose Bowl after the sun is already set over the San Gabriels, because Nico Iamaleava is going to try to set the sun on the Nebraska run defense. There will be more quarterback running, but sadly soft. Nebraska's run defense is still doing its thing.
I had that written down as well as one of my softs. I'll just give you one more number and we can move on. USC rushed the ball 26 times on early downs. They had a success rate of 54% on early down rushes. So
I'd like to make this an audio.
Ooh.
Nick, could you bring back my rule cuts? As I asked of Mitch Sherman about rules explanation for the 2 timeouts, he was initially asked by Sam McEwen about the first timeout, the timeout that was taken after the shoving incident and the no penalty.
Yeah.
But he answered it as talking about the second timeout, the one that they used before they tried the field goal. Well, Sam, being the good reporter he is, doubled back and said, no, I actually wanted to hear about the first timeout. Here was Matt Rule's explanation on the first timeout.
Well, no, that had nothing to do with the refs. I thought they should have pumped the clock, right? Because because they had shut one of our players down. There was some stuff going on. I just thought they'd pump the clock. And so, getting the play call in, he's using the wristband, getting it out, all those different things, them all being lined up. And so I was yelling at the ref to pump it. Like they pump it. They whatever, doesn't matter. They pump it most of the time, and they didn't pump it. And I'm sitting there. So then he got the snap off in time. So again, I have to own, but I just didn't want to I thought we were in good position. And with him on the plus side of 50, I said, I'm going to use this timeout. I'm going to just settle it all down. At the end of the day, I hate using timeouts. I usually just take the penalty. He does? At the end, I don't know that the penalties hurt us because we still had the ball with a chance to go in. And, but it still wasn't what I would have liked. But, sometimes when you guys ask me those questions, I'd have to start throwing people under the bus. Well, this guy didn't get this, and I don't really want to do that. So I'd rather just say it's me.
But it was.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
And as I explained earlier, and that's the soft part of this, Nebraska, Dana still can get the play in.
They did.
And they did get the play in. And if they had just let the snap go, which initially it started and then the timeout was acknowledged, it's not necessarily about taking the timeout. It was just in that moment.
For me, it is. For the rest.
In that moment, that was a microcosm of the larger issue, and that is there was some panic on that sideline because of what had happened to Dylan. Mm-hmm. And they were trying to overcompensate as much as possible, and it did not work. And I don't think we did play these clips, but Rule was talking about how we all have to be better around TJ. Yes, which means things like what happened on Saturday night from the sideline perspective, also that mechanics of that have to be better. Poise in the noise. The good news is, like last Saturday, the noise will be mostly for you because probably won't be a lot of UCLA fans there. But poise in the noise. I don't think Nebraska had it in those moments. And I think that was microcosm of the bigger issue.
Yeah, one of my softs, Matt Rule's in game management for all the reasons you just mentioned. First of all, I'll disagree. You cannot take a timeout that early in a one-score game. I
agree.
He let his emotions get the better of him because I've rewatched that now a handful of times. I never see him do this. He's mad at the official for the no call, and that's fine.
But you can still get the play in and do all the mechanics and all that other stuff.
And so that was poor. The second timeout, so you have to commit on the 4th and 1. You have to commit to, we are either going to go for this. We are going to punt it, or we are, I guess there's 4 options. We'll kick a field goal, or there's the other one, and this is adjacent to the punting. We are going to try to get them to jump, but if they don't, we're going to just we're going to eat the yards. You cannot attempt to go for it, or you can't attempt to draw them and call timeout. Those are it was the worst of all of the options because they kicked the field goal, which was bad. But you had to call the timeout, which was bad. So that was one of my softs. I'll add another soft. Nebraska's bowl destination. John, I'm getting a little concerned that we're going to be looking at them playing in some monstrosity.
Detroit is beautiful in December.
I love Detroit. I've been there in the cold, dark winter. Actually, spring, because Creighton was playing in the NCAA tournament. That was the Rhode Island year. Remember that? That was bad. Bad. But I'm getting a little concerned that the bowl destination ain't going to be what we were hoping it would be.
What if we go back to New York?
What if no, that would be horrible. I don't want to watch them play at a baseball stadium again. I was hoping they'd play in the sunshine of Florida or maybe against UCF somewhere. Can that happen? I guess I would move this back to firm. If UCF will they even make a bowl?
Are they even going to make a bowl? I don't know.
They suck.
Firm. Oklahoma's resolve has never been stronger. I got to give it up for OU. I did not think they were going to win that game.
No. OU.
I mean,
John did a Palpatine.
And old Brent Venables been taking a little bit of heat for being a little lippy, and Lane Kiffin kind of had some fun with that. But my God, that team fought back.
Sure.
Going on the road, winning that game against Tennessee. What do you mean?
I don't want Oklahoma to do well. I'm rooting against them these days.
Why?
Because I want to be right about Venables sucking.
You suck.
No, wow.
I always root for the Big 8 teams. Go Oklahoma. Go OU.
All right.
Good for you, Brent Venables. You've got resolve. You got moxie.
I got two more firms for you. The first one, blackouts are cool. We talked about that earlier. It looked awesome on TV. It looked awesome. I wish I could have been. I legitimately wish that I could have been there. Oh, stop it. Firm. Fumbles are about to be back on the menu, boys. One of the things that Sam McEwen has been saying for years is that Nebraska's fumble issues are not because their ball security is like somehow lesser.
Yeah.
It was because they had running quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We saw TEEF. How many times did the ball hit the turf? 3 or was it 2?
Well, on his very first carry, it was.
It was. So, like,
thankfully got poked out of bounds.
And I know there's going to be a negative connotation
Don't
with this.
run into Landman this week, TJ.
Well, that would be weird. That would be very strange.
It would, but
somebody would be
cheating. But they are in the same town.
That's
they will
true.
be in the same city.
So I just want everybody to be prepared. There are going to be more fumbles.
Oh, boy.
There are going to be more fumbles. He's got to move the ball to his outside hand, but I bet there's going to be issues in terms of snap and handoff. The mesh point is going to be off. Just get ready. It's going to happen.
Firm. Dan Quinn and Clifford Caleb Kingsbury are responsible for Jaden Daniels' injury. Why was he still in the game down 38 to
7.
10 or 7?
They were down by 31.
That's right, because they did score a touchdown after he got hurt. Why was he in the game?
Did you see Dan Quinn talked about this today?
Did he own up to it?
I get that. I've been thinking about it nonstop too, and man, I missed it. That is 100% on me. So at least
good for you, Dan.
Now,
but
why
bad
wasn't he
for
asked
you.
about it? Was he not asked about it last night?
I don't know.
Come on, what are you doing? That's the most important. That was so. I was done watching the game. I got a text from a friend who was like, "Oh no, Daniels," and I said, "What happened?" I've had it turned up because it was so terrible.
Yeah, we still had it on,
So
and then
I searched on Twitter and
I heard he got hurt, and it was pretty bad. And I'm like, why is he still in the game?
He needs that.
He does need his elbow.
Why is he still in the game?
Mm-hmm.
He should have not been anywhere close to the field.
Dumb.
Also, things that should not be close to the field. The Los Angeles Rams field goal operation.
What happened? I didn't see
Yes, I know. My team won comfortably going away against Michael's Saints. But
Yeah, so what are you
I
crying
lost my mind. So yesterday, here's what happened.
You're putting air in tires.
They missed a PAT. I mean, missed it. I mean, he pulled it like a bad high school kicker. Then on a field goal try, Josh Carty, who for some reason takes forever to get set up and actually approach the ball, was uber late. It was so late that the Saints edge rusher actually missed the block, but then the kick just veered off right. Whee! This is a horrible field goal operation, and I fear in this year where my quarterback is going to be the MVP that we're going to miss out on a Super Bowl because our special teams is bad.
Watch out. I bet the Packer fans are going to hop in your mentions and say, our special teams are even
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Packer fans,
no, they're not.
Rams fans should do a podcast.
No, they're not.
The Special Teams Suck podcast.
Both our losses are because of our bad special teams.
Yeah, plus your quarterback doesn't do stupid crap like Jordan
Because
Love
my
does.
quarterback is an MVP candidate.
You see the Jordan Love interception?
I
that he
did.
had? Or the almost interception?
I saw it.
John, terrible.
And that leads me to my last soft.
What is this?
This tweet by Dan Orlovsky after last night's win.
Wait, why is it soft?
Stafford will be in MVP talks by Thanksgiving.
He's complimenting him.
No. Why isn't he in MVP talks now?
God,
the guy
what a
has
weird soapbox.
No, it's not. If you're gonna have MVP talks today, and we can argue whether or not they're premature or not.
Also, who cares?
The soap company can't keep building boxes fast
This
enough.
is a dumbass. This is a dumbass who, by the way, ran out of his own end zone because he's so stupid.
What do you get for being
and
the
then
NFL
ESPN,
MVP?
then ESPN
Nobody
somehow
cares.
gives
Pat
this
on the
guy a
back.
job for
Good
some
job.
reason. Do you know that Matt Stafford, with
No,
21 touchdowns and 2 picks, is only the 5th player in NFL history to have 20 or more touchdown passes and 3 or 4 fewer interceptions in his first 8 games?
I do know that because it's on the graphic.
Yeah, I put it there.
No, it says first interception in his.
I don't know why it formatted this way. The fact that this tweet was even sent out
That is like he's
is an
complimenting
indictment. It is an indictment
What a
on
dumb-
people like Dan Orlovsky who opine on these issues. Again, if you want to argue we shouldn't be having this conversation, fine,
It's the
I'll
MVP
hear
of
it.
the NFL.
But he's
We
having the
shouldn't. Who
conversation.
cares?
He's having the conversation saying he'll be in MVP talks by Thanksgiving.
Did you
He's
think about
in them now.
Did you think about it from this perspective? Maybe Dan was saying it because nobody talks about the MVP on November 3rd because it's
that's
stupid.
a lie. You know that's a lie. If you watch enough ESPN, you know they're talking about it in week 2.
First of all, I don't have ESPN right now. Second of all, why would I watch ESPN? So no,
I'm just saying.
Their takes are kind of milquetoast. They just kind of talk about things.
I'm just saying that was a dumb tweet. That was a soft tweet, and you, Dan Orlovsky, was a soft quarterback.
Don't care.
Hey, John, have you considered that he tweeted that out so people like you would give it engagement?
John did a great job at giving engagement.
I gave it engagement. Dan Orlovsky's a dumbass. No. There, I said it. Fire him. Get him out of here.
Can't imagine caring about the MVP of the NFL on November
I don't
3rd.
care.
You do, though. You're very fiery.
I'm fired up about it because
Thursday.
It's always about Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes.
Wow, you are so triggered.
It's always about these very good quarterbacks
who aren't Matthew Stafford and are worse this year.
Wow. Nice.
Take that.
I mean, the Chiefs did lose. They have 4 losses. That's a tough
look. They do have 4 losses.
Tough look.
Really funny.
Anybody who called their backslide in the preseason is going to be feeling pretty good about that today. And handsome.
You know what? I'm going to save the Dana stuff for tomorrow.
Okay.
Save the date? That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not.
This is a save the date.
No, it's not. We're here tomorrow,
Make
aren't
a graphic, Nick. Save the date for the Dana Holgerson stuff.
No, I'm inviting you a direct invitation that tomorrow we'll talk about the Dana first 4 drives of the half.
Because we still got Michael to come.
We got Michael to come and whatever else we want to discuss.
I'm not saying that is a bad thing. We're getting a double dose of Michael today.
Wow.
It's awesome.
Okay.
In fact, I mean,
it's about time to talk to Michael now.
I suppose we could just talk to him next.
I think we're probably going to talk to him next.
We're just going to talk to him next?
I'm looking forward to it.
I think we are going to talk to him next. By the way, TJ is one of those guys Michael was describing during the crossover who has the red hand warmer.
Oh, yeah?
I just now noticed it.
You said that my dad was the liar earlier.
No, I never said he was a liar.
Yeah.
I just didn't notice it, but now I do because TJ is in the game, and there it is, hanging over his fanny. Though it was funny to see Justin Evans out there, and his shirt tail was hanging out, and it was a red shirt tail. It was like, damn, this is really standing out.
It very much is.
In the words of Steve Peterson, red burns brighter.
Eric in Fremont writes, Dan Orlovsky is the Dana Holgerson of ESPN, a fraud who acts like he knows things.
I wasn't going to say that about Dana.
You'll say that about him on Tuesday.
Or will I?
We'll find out together, shall we?
Michael Severe Monday is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, Dylan had the same reaction as that kid in the stands. He put his hands up going, no.
Call that a surrender cobra.
Well, sadly, his season has been surrendered to a broken leg.
Yeah, indeed it has.
Which, by the way, he will have surgery on. And they're not 100% sure about the timetable, but 8 to 12 weeks is usual-ish.
Yeah.
So
that's 3 to 4 months.
So his availability for spring ball is right now.
4 months from now is
fair.
March 3rd.
Pretty fair.
4 months from now is March 3rd. I mean, and seriously, like you don't have to start spring ball in whenever. You can do whatever you want.
Wow. Are you saying they might move spring football just for Dylan?
I mean, he's got to be on the roster first.
Well, he's going to be on the roster. I don't know why. Why wouldn't he be on the roster, Josh? He's only a sophomore from Georgia, Arizona, Texas, Hawaii, Detroit.
I just got a message, by the way. Rate Bowl is in Arizona on the 26th of December. Las Vegas Bowl on December 31st. Okay, see, those are not chilly baseball bowl games.
Well, Vegas can be chilly.
Neither is Detroit.
We've been to chilly Vegas before.
It is indoors.
It's indoors.
You could drive to
Imagine
Detroit.
all the
That's not
great.
that long of a
You got the
drive.
Fox Theater there in downtown Detroit. It's all lit up. That's their famous theater. It's called the Fox Theater.
Okay.
It's their famous theater. It's got a big fox on the side of it. Blah blah blah.
Sure it's great.
I bet they doll that thing up for Christmas. Put some bows and ribbons and tassels and
All right, I'll go.
Christmas stuff.
I'll go. If you buy it, I'll go.
Oh, I'm not going.
Okay.
I'm not going no matter where their bowl game.
You know how you could buy it, John?
How?
You could buy it by winning. Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog. Right now in Nebraska, this season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get profits in a snap. So, download the app today. Use our promo code 1620thezone to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Throw. 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 Throw.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
Every time I hear this open, I get hungry for hash browns, and I realize that one of my favorite forms of potato I don't have enough of in my life. I like hash browns. I'm not going to lie.
Hash browns are good.
Hey, everyone. It's Michael Severe. I don't know if you know this. He's been on all weekend.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was on Friday. He was on Saturday. Sunday. Today. And now today.
It's almost like you never left.
So you like hash brownies or just hash browns?
Well, yeah, I try to eat the less problematic form of hash brown.
I think they're allowed now, John. Everything's legal these days.
Oh, it is good.
Well, do you eat the dark part of the hash brown or just the light part of the hash brown?
I love all of it. See, that's
okay.
Hash brown is made just right, and you get that great crisp on the outside, but yet the inside is still flaky and chewy. Oh, man. Diner hash browns are a game changer.
Yeah, Cassio's has a really good hash brown that comes with the everything they give you when you get a steak. So you get the steak, you get a side, you get the hash browns, you get the mascacholi, you also get a salad, and you get bread all together.
That's old school Nebraska steakhouse right there. And that, I mean, normally people equate, you got to have a baked potato with steak. But when hash browns are an option, bam-o, that's my call.
Really? I don't know if I've ever had hash browns with a steak before.
Oh, my God, really? So you haven't been to many Nebraska diners and or Italian steakhouses?
No. I mean, I've been to diners, but I haven't been to many.
Have you been to, ever go to Harold's? Have you been to Harold's?
No, I've never been to Harold's. Harold's?
Have you been?
No.
Yeah, Harold.
No.
Have you been to, what's the place over there by the cathedral that has the great prime rib for breakfast? Right next to the cathedral? Lisa's Radio Cafe.
Yeah, Lisa's.
Oh, I've been there one time. Yeah, we went there with our old boss. But that was a work day, and I wasn't going to have a steak and eggs at, 11 in the morning.
Yeah, it was like a brunch. It was like 11 or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of the old diners and steakhouses, that's what they serve you that. They give you the hash brown on the side. You can choose, obviously, to have a baked potato, but most of them have the hash browns.
Interesting.
All
like
day,
to try it
every
sometime.
day. All right, so when we were in the crossover, we really didn't talk much about the game. You were one of the first people. Well, I mean, in the moment, there were a lot of people that were critical, but like in the takeosphere, severe reaction every Sunday after the game, 8 a.m. That was one of your first main points, was talking about the game management and the mismanagement of the timeouts. What did you think of Matt Rule's explanation today that he said, I'm trying to pump the clock. I'm trying to get the play clock back. Because, I mean, watching it back, and I realize the camera's not on him all 40 seconds, but I don't recall there in the moment watching from the press box that was the reason why he was lighting into the officials to try to pump the clock. I'm not saying he's lying, but it seemed like he was more angry because of the no call, and it was less about that than it was trying to get a play clock reset.
Yeah, I'm like you. I don't want to call anybody a liar, but while it was happening, combined with watching through the binoculars and what was popping up, then when I rewound it as I was watching the game on my computer, and then the multiple times I've watched the game since, I did not see him asking to reset the clock. It certainly didn't seem like he was mad about the clock. He lost it because of what he thought should have been a personal foul. It went both ways. First, Corcoran pushed the defensive lineman for USC. The lineman turned around, just pushed him. He took it like he weighed 140 pounds, flew back, did like a flip, and then you expect normally for the second person to get the penalty. They didn't get it, and so Matt Rule got very upset. From what it looked like to me, it looked like he got too upset, and because of that, they lost composure a little on the sideline, realized that the clock was running down, and they felt they had to call a timeout, even though they would have gotten the snap off. But that wasn't the one that bothered me as much. I mean, I understand sometimes you lose your composure a little bit. Maybe it's like he said, he expected them to reset the clock because of the fact that it did take about 8 seconds for them to kind of break everybody apart after a quick angry session between the two lines. But when you have a situation where you are 3rd and 2, you have to be thinking right then, what am I doing? And you're a successful drive. You're over the 40-yard line. You got to be thinking to yourself, what happens if I don't make this? What am I going to do if I don't make this? And you have people on the staff that are doing that. The head coach is thinking that. The offensive coordinator is already ahead thinking that on play calling. You run the screen. It wasn't a good pass. It forced Emmett to go to the side, so he only got a yard. And then at that point, you're like, okay, we're going to go get this now because we planned this, and we're going with the Maryland eye with Harburg lined up in a tush-push position. You didn't get under center until you were at 11 seconds. You called a timeout at 5 seconds. Was that really 6 seconds where you try to get them to jump? By the way, at the 7-second mark, you motioned your quarterback to the slot position. None of what he says is based on what I saw or what I have seen. So because of that, I don't think they were prepared for that 4th down. I don't think they knew what they wanted to do. I think it probably was a battle between multiple people trying to decide it. And in the end, they settled for, I thought, the worst of the choices.
Yeah.
I thought the operation was bad, and then the choice happened to be, and I said this to you, John, in the pregame show, when I said, oh my God, it's going to be like 61% humidity.
Yeah.
You combine that with the cold, the ball doesn't fly as far. And so they're choosing to kick to North Stadium, 52 yards, on a guy who missed his last 2 long field goals, and it's humid and cold. I thought that was the worst of the decisions they could have made. I certainly would have lined up in a regular formation, 12 personnel, whatever they thought was the best. I personally like the quarterback under the center and having Emmett 8 yards deep, the deep set, because it gives him a chance to see where he's going. I would have run that. Anything but, I think, kicking the field goal in that position.
I mean, Michael, we're sitting outside the stadium, so we don't get to watch warm-ups. Obviously, they gauge a lot of what a kicker's able to do in the weather based on what happens in warm-ups. I mean, the last time and the only time he's hit a big field goal was against Cincinnati. And he heard the ball. I mean, he bombed that one. I mean,
it was warm.
It was but it was a totally different night. I mean, it was warm. It was, 75 degrees. This was a completely different situation. So I can't speak to what he was doing in pregame, but I was with you. I'm like, either you go for it or you go to the line of scrimmage and try to draw them offside, and you're willing to take the penalty, and then you punt. Because in that spot, your defense is playing well. Yeah, you would love to come away with points. Of course you would love to come away with points. Get that 2-score lead. But is it realistic given your position on the field?
Hey, Michael, let me ask you this too, because like early in the game, a lot of folks, and I don't remember if John or you were one of them who said this on Twitter, but I saw like Fleckian and this reminds me of Iowa in some ways.
I think that was Sam McEwen.
Okay, how they were, they're running like quarterback draws on 3rd and long, and they're basically saying we're not okay. We're okay with not getting a first down. We're going to punt the ball. How surprising is it from that perspective that they were seeming to call it one way early, and in that spot where you could pin them inside of the 20, maybe even inside of the 10, and force them to go 90+ down by 8 points, that wasn't the decision that they made?
Yeah, going back to John real quick in terms of kicking before the game, it's a completely different atmosphere. It's a completely different everything when you're kicking when the sun was still up before the game. So that you never know. It's the way you judge it, but it's tough to figure out. In terms of those 2 drives, first drive, very successful. You go down. Second drive, you end up having 3rd and 9. You decide to run a quarterback run, or maybe it was an RPO. I don't know. He gets 5 yards and you punt. Okay, fine. You're taking it safe. Next time you're 3rd and 10 and you give it to Emmett, he picks up 5 or 6 yards again. You're punting, you're taking that's fine. I'm not a huge fan of it because I thought you were rolling. You know, you've got this momentum coming off of that first drive where, again, 3 more 3rd downs you converted. So 7 in a row going back to last week. So I thought you were in a good spot. I probably did something differently in one of those 2 drives because I believe 14-0 in that situation, in that stadium, it might have been lights out for USC. It would have been a hectic situation for the road team, especially the way they play on the road. But when you're going back to that situation, again, you're thinking ahead of time. What am I going to do when this comes up? And I don't believe they had a plan. Now, remind me again, was it the Michigan game where they sent out the punter and they ended up calling a timeout? And then they came back and they were going to go for it? That was the Michigan.
USC
there was a game this year too. Wasn't there a game this year where they were on that end? They were on their side of the field. I swore there was a game this year too where they were trying to decide if they were going to go for it or not, and ended up having to call a timeout. Maybe it wasn't. I thought it was this year, but I've seen this. I've seen this story like in 23. We saw it in 24. I thought we saw it earlier in 25, but now we've seen it in 25, where it doesn't feel like there's a great sense of urgency or preparation when we come to this situation. And, you know, I had people call in severe reaction. There's 3 or 4 guys in the audience who are Carolina Panther fans. And they talked about it when he was coaching for the Panthers. And I just say this is not a huge criticism of him when I say I think he's got a blind spot for this. I think this is his weakness. This is his kryptonite. And if it is, then somebody has got to help him with it. Somebody's got to be his second guy. Somebody's got to be, what was it, Corey? Who was whoever the guy was, the secondary guy that was kind of the guy he bounced stuff off of. He needs one of those guys to say, this is where we should go, coach. This is where we should punt, coach. This is where we should do this, coach. I think he needs that help.
Michael, you're right. First drive, second half. Remember, Michigan pinned Nebraska deep, and they were facing a 4th and 1. Yeah. And it took them a long time to get the punt unit on the field. Dylan's like doing the whole gesturing, hey, we got to go for this, even though they were back on their own 12-yard line, and they ended up taking a delay of game, which, I mean, they were going to punt it anyway, but they were late getting the punt team on the field because they were in a moment of indecision of, well, should we? And you don't normally want to take – I understand a delay of game when you're punting from midfield, not when you're punting from your own end zone. And they ended up punting from their own end zone.
But we like I said, we've seen it. We've seen it with – and I'm just talking about those 2 main things, calling timeouts and the go or no go on 4th down. You can add in, you know, the choices he made against Maryland in 23 or the choices that were made against Wisconsin and that kind of stuff. But ultimately, I've always said a head coach – there's a lot going on, but he's got to know the timeout situation and when to call it. And he's got to know in terms of what's going to happen, what they're going to do on 4th down. And got to be ahead of it. You know, you got to be ahead of the situation before it happens.
Michael, we talk all the time about how Nebraska has had such great starts in the game. Their first drives this year outside of 2 games, Minnesota a couple of weeks ago, and then of Cincinnati. They've moved the ball very well. They've mostly scored. They've had a few drives end on downs. What are you seeing? And I know scripted, right? Like this happens. North Carolina's best drive of the season might have been their first drive of the entire year. What are you seeing in terms of what they're doing on the scripted drive versus what they're doing afterwards that is causing such a gap in terms of performance?
Well, I'll tell you, the last couple of weeks, it's getting the ball to Emmett Johnson. You know, getting the ball to Emmett Johnson, converting on 3rd down. Again, they had 3 third downs on that first drive. But it's as much as Emmett can touch it. What did he had on that drive? Like 41 yards or something total, just him by himself. And so that's the key to this system. Even when Dylan's healthy and he's playing well, I believe the offense gets its rhythm from Emmett Johnson. And then from there, it gets its rhythm, you know, kind of getting those wide receivers out to the hashes, bringing Barney on the orbit motion. It kind of develops its rhythm there. And when they don't do it, you know, like coming out of the half, that's been the problem. What's going on with coming out of the half? That's 2 games I remember now where you had a distinct chance to win the middle 8 big, and you came out and you went 3 and out coming out of halftime. What's happening at halftime? Let's get that right. So when you come out, you know, as soon as they took the ball, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're taking the ball. This is not a win situation. They think their offense is going to go down and score. This gives Nebraska a great chance to win the middle 8. I'm always thinking that. And they had it. Score a touchdown, You're coming back out. You get the script working. It didn't work out. And that's the second time that's happened this season. So I would start concentrating on that first drive out of the half, what we need to do better at halftime to get ready for that. But I do love the fact that they went down there, took advantage of Emmett Johnson, and got that early touchdown because it made the crowd even louder than it was going into the game.
A couple of things real quick based on what you just said. I did my little quick mini research project this morning on these drives, and that first drive of the second half, when we share these numbers tomorrow, it amplify everything Michael just said about those, what are they doing coming out of the locker room? Secondly, not to belabor the point on the game management, but I remembered this in the stadium when it happened. So we're rewatching the game. This is the final Nebraska drive. But before that, USC's punting from near midfield. Yeah. And it's fourth and forever. And Rule starts having an animated conversation with Eckler about what to do, because originally Nebraska looked like they had a return unit on the field, and there was a lot of, and it just looked very frenetic and very frantic, and then you see Eckler call out the block unit, right? Mm-hmm. So they ended up bringing an extra rush on the punter, and I just wonder if Matt Rule is sometimes just a little too amped up.
Hands-on.
Big moments. He is very hands-on, and we've always known this about him. But man, I mean, he's just like a ball of energy, and it's just like, and you wonder if sometimes that lack of sense of calm, and I hate to compare him to Tom Osborne because, I mean, you're comparing him to the greatest that ever did it here. But man, Tom was so cool and so calm and so collected in these moments. It was like he was thinking 3 moves ahead. And remember, the dude was calling his own plays. It's just, I wonder sometimes if Matt Rule, just his coaching personality, sometimes lends itself to these game management moments where it's just like, it feels like everything's running 100 miles an hour.
It's frenetic. It's a frenetic feeling, and you just can't have it on the sideline. And I know it when it's coming because he's got a tick. He's got the tick like Callahan had a tick. He pushes his tongue up into his mouth, and you see that's when he is, I don't know the word, stressed or whatever, but you see him do it. I bite the side of my cheek. A lot of people have one. A lot of times it doesn't have a big deal, but you see it when it's coming with him. And I'm like, I'm a little worried now because he's starting to do that tick. There's a balance of who's on the sideline talking, whose turn it is to talk, and you prepared so much that you know for this situation specifically what you're going to do. In that situation, it has to be block, because you don't know if your freshman quarterback can take you all the way down the field to get a touchdown because you need a touchdown. So it's got to be blocked there. There's no choice. There's no idea of thinking about a return at that spot. You know it's not. So that's pretty much a given. I don't know why that would even be in a discussion. But that's what it's got to be. You got to prepare for every single situation. And when that situation comes up, then boom, you're smooth. The guys feel great because the players know they're prepared. The coaches feel good because they prepared the players, and everybody feels good about it.
Michael, a week of first-team reps for TJ Lateef. Where do you think that most shows itself on Saturday at UCLA?
I think the nerves. I don't think he has. I thought he was prepared when he came in the game. I thought we saw a couple of indications for that. But I do believe that the lack of reps takes a little bit away from you're reassured when you've had a lot of reps. You hadn't had them in the real world in that kind of game, gets a Big Ten opponent. So I thought he was a little nervous. And I think we saw a couple of times where he was a little nervous. I thought, obviously, the fumbled snap, right? Especially when you know you've got it. He's standing back there, and he knows they're looking at Emmett. I know I got Emmett over there. All I've got to do is just briefly look over there, and I'm coming back to Barney, and we're scoring. And I think he got a little excited, and he drops the ball. So I don't think he'll have those nerves because he's prepared now, and the playbook is set up for TJ Lateef. And so I think he'll be better off on that. Also, the more reps you get with your first team, and I know they mix some in, but the more you get, the better the wide receiver knows the depth of his route that he's running. The offensive line knows what you can do. Because one of the toughest things when you bring a backup quarterback in is that the offensive line knows that Dylan is back there, right there normally, and maybe a little, 5 yards either way. Now, when when all of a sudden the guy you're blocking starts to pull away from you, you know, you got to realize your guy's probably coming out of the pocket and you need to let him go and not hold. So there's a lot of things that I think you'll see when they're going through practice that they'll work on to prepare themselves to have a guy who's more mobile, and then he'll feel more comfortable. I think that's the biggest thing, just being comfortable.
And another thing too, Michael, and the rules are a little bit more liberal in college than they are in the NFL, but you got to prevent those linemen getting too far down the field.
Right? Oh, and the RPOs?
Yeah, because, again, you got a quarterback now that you know can pull it or will be more willing to pull it, theoretically, that you could run into a situation where you got guys downfield a little bit too far. Again, in the pros, that's more of a problem because they have a very much more strict
1 yard
zone. But it is something worth noting. So yeah, there's a lot of things to go on here, right? And keep in mind, the first team offensive line, for the most part, hasn't played with TJ in a game.
Right,
correct.
When TJ came in, it was backups.
So they're going to have to get used to.
So they get, so I think all those points you just made are very valid. It's just another one of those little things that can become a big thing if you're not properly ready for, the change that's coming.
You know what sucks? What sucks is we're not having a conversation today about one of the better defensive performances that Nebraska's had. We all knew that USC wouldn't be the team that plays in Los Angeles. It'd be more the road team. But beyond that, I mean, the numbers they put up, Jed went through and tweeted out the numbers the last time that they had. It was the second lowest completion rate by one of his quarterbacks going back to Oklahoma. And it was the second fewest yardage in 2021 was the other time against Iowa State. So it was a dominant defensive performance. I know the run, and I know it bothers a guy like Sip who's older, and he's like, you can't give up the run. Look, man, you make them go 7, 8, 9 plays, they're going to make a mistake. Our friend Lincoln Riley's going to do something silly. So force them to do that. That's what they did. It worked out for the most part. 2 field goals early because of that. We should be having a conversation today about one of the most dominant defensive performances we've seen in that building in years. Yet, we're talking about other stuff.
Michael, I know we were tweeting about it on Saturday, the decision by Lincoln Riley and USC not to run the ball as often as they did. It was, how much of that was just him being him, and how much of it was something that Nebraska was doing? Because they did bow up a few times in terms of keeping them from getting first downs or keeping them out of the end zones. They also were beneficial of a pre-snap penalty on that first time that they got inside Nebraska 5. What do you think in terms of his play calling and why he did what he did?
Well, I think part of the play calling is based on, especially when it's a look over and change the play. I think it's based on how Nebraska's lined up. So if Nebraska's lined up in a situation where he thinks he can get a pass play and get it easily, I think he goes to that. I think if Nebraska's sitting back and he looks over and, hey, stay with the run play, let's go get the 10, 13, 15, 16, 13 and get those. But I think at times he kind of outthought himself. Like the first drive, that play, by the way, that he did, that was in the Army game. That play was in the Army game, and Army threw a touchdown on it where they took their offensive linemen and put them all off to the side. We were watching. That was a play in the Army game early in the day. Now maybe he was watching TV and saw that and decided, let's try to do that. But it made zero sense. What are you doing? Why is that your call on your first third down? But that's what he does. We talked about it. If there was something that was an advantage for Nebraska's defense, it was that they have an offensive coordinator who at times overthinks things and tries to do too much. And I think that's what Lincoln Riley is in many ways.
Yeah, he definitely out-derped Dana for sure, but the talent, unfortunately, kind of helped overcome it. And the fact that Nebraska lost its quarterback certainly was
left tackle and
a left tackle. Yeah, but people forget it was back-to-back plays. It was the last play of that drive where Dylan got hurt, and then the very first play of the subsequent Nebraska drive, they lose Pritchett. So you lose your left tackle and your quarterback on back-to-back plays.
You lost your quarterback on a max protection.
Yes.
That's up. You max protected, and you lost your quarterback.
The last 2 times Nebraska's given up a sack, someone's lost their season.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for Oscar the first time. Yeah.
Think about that.
They had 2 guys. So they had Emmett helping on that left side with Pritchard. He got beat, and then Emmett's trying to help. That doesn't help at all. And then the delayed blitz. And that's why the sack wasn't on the offensive line, because whoever was over there was a tight end or whoever was over there didn't pick up the delayed blitz, and then that ends up being that. And then I know people have talked about it, but I hate calling it a dirty play. But you have to know as a football player, if you do that, if you're holding him like that, you're probably going to hurt him. And so either you've lost your mind for a minute or you're like, I'm going to hurt this guy. Because that's all that's going to come out of that play is you yanking him back that way. All you're going to do is you're going to hurt him, or maybe he gets lucky and the foot slides out or something. He goes down to his knees, whatever. But in general, you do that to a quarterback, that quarterback, something's going to happen to his ankle or his knee.
Is that the hip drop?
That's a hip drop without the twist. So part of the NFL rule is it's a hip drop with the twist. That's a hip drop tackle. I don't know if it actually has a twist because the guy's not going forward. So you pull him to you and then drop him like this and you twist him. But it's definitely, I think next year, I know I was talking to Damon about this. I could see next year of them saying, hey, we've got to get that out of the game. We can't have that. That's got to be a penalty because it's just so dangerous, you know. And it's not just because it happened to Dylan. It happens every week. We see it happen in college football a lot. It's got to get out of the game.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
You've been an absolute warrior these last few days. I think he's just trying to get NRG benefits again.
Dude, I would love to have, if you heard my irrational angry from Friday and how much money we're gonna have to pay if everything stays the way it is for our insurance next year. Yeah, I would love to get some benefits. My insurance is gonna double come January because of the loss of the supplement. So yeah, that's not a joking situation. That's going to be that's going to suck.
Oh, way to remind him of it, John.
Yeah. And I'm like, get it fixed. I ran that quote from Armageddon when they're like, you don't have a bunch of guys in a room just thinking stuff up and another room of guys thinking stuff. After all these years, couldn't somebody figure this out? We're all the smart people. We're all the smart people like, hey, here's how we can handle insurance.
Well, no. They probably had a lot of Matt rules in there. Mine's going 1,000 miles an hour, and it's just like I don't know what to do.
Well, they've had like 15 years, so at this point, I think they probably could have got it figured out by now.
Clock management's poor.
Yeah. Washington.
Do you know where I am, John? John, do you know where I am?
Where are you?
Okay,
you're in your car.
I'm going to give you a hint. Okay. The best chocolate meltdowns in the world.
Chocolate meltdowns?
Yes. It's the name of a grocery store, but they don't sell groceries. I'm at Baker's Candies.
Oh, in Greenwood.
In Greenwood, yeah. We took my mom. We've been trying to figure out how we can go both to here and go to Hershey Ice Cream to visit them. And this place closes at 6, so we came out. We're going to go here first, and she's getting her candies and stuff, and then we're going to drive over to the Hershey Ice Cream place next to go see those folks.
I've had their candies many times. I've been by the store. I've never been to the store.
I've been to the store 3 other times, but I never went in. This is our second stop. This used to be our second stop on the 50-mile march. We came down Highway 6. We stopped here, rested, and then kept going down Highway 6. But I've never actually seen it in the daylight.
Well, enjoy that daylight because it's almost gone now.
It is.
Thanks a lot, time change.
Hey man, I will never hate on the time change after getting that extra hours of sleep, after getting home, getting to bed about, 1:15 or something, knowing I'm getting up at 5:30, seeing my clock and saying, oh, it's really only 4:30. Woohoo! That was awesome. I will never hate on David saving time again.
The life hack is I'm just living it's 6:19 in my mind, so the sun is still setting after
Josh,
6 o'clock.
It is not 6:19.
Unsportsmanlike conduct is now on from 3 to 7.
It's not on. It's not.
You know,
it doesn't work.
That's the world
way.
that I'm living in.
Did you take that from Grim? That sounds like a Nick Grimm thing. You take that from him?
It's all here, Michael. That's all.
That does not. That does not sound like a Peterson thing. That sounds like a Nick Grimm thing.
Actually, Josh is just practicing for Eastern time when Nebraska ends up in the Quick Change Bowl in Detroit.
Oh my gosh! Please no.
All right, listen. Put it on a board. Put it on a board. Okay.
All right.
They're getting 8 wins. They're getting 8 wins. They're getting 8 wins despite the injuries and stuff. They're getting 8 wins, and I think they're going to get lucky and they're going to go to Tampa. It could be Music City, but they're getting 8 wins.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
This is 8 wins
in the regular season,
not counting the bowl.
Well, you need to have 8 wins to get to the bowl. Yeah. So, 8 wins in the regular season. 2 out of the next 3.
Wow.
Yes.
Ooh, I will not go that far, but that'll be
2 of the next 3.
All right. It's on the list.
That'll be a good list.
Put it on the list.
To either pat Michael on the back or go, he thought that gimmick was a bad term, and he thought they were going to get 8 wins.
No, he was right. He was right on the first one.
He's not
sure.
right on the first one. It is not. Look it up.
I'm going to get an English teacher to come in and talk to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and they can read the dictionary to me too.
I can read the dictionary. Yes.
Read, and it doesn't say anything about a negative connotation.
It does.
You're projecting. You're projecting on the good word of gimmick.
How am I?
What did the gimmick do to you?
I don't know. It wore too much black, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Enjoy the baker's candy and the ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect day.
Yeah.
This is a perfect Michael Severe day for ice cream. Perfect temperature.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to eat ice cream.
Oh.
We're going to go visit them. We're going to pick up some ice cream. We're going to bring it home. I already cooked dinner before we left, so we'll eat dinner, and then later we'll probably have some ice cream. Like old people do.
Better for ice cream.
Exactly. Let's get in the 40s, baby. Let's get the 40s. Let's get some snow in this mug. Let's go.
Oh, no,
winter. 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 Winter.
You are sick.
So excited about winter.
You're sick.
Yeah.
It is 61 degrees right now. That's ridiculous for November 3rd.
It's pretty nice outside.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michael, for everything.
See you guys later.
Bye, Michael.
Michael.
Right.
Busy man.
He really has been.
Where's Connor been anyway? I know where he was on Friday. Where
He Nebraska women's PA. He's just a PA machine.
Are you kidding me?
The basketball season began today.
That's why we call him Mr.
So
P.
why are they playing in the middle of the day? Oh, that's right, because the men are playing tonight.
Oh, my stomach. I thought I was about to throw up everywhere, but I'm okay.
Wow, because of women's sports?
No, Nick. No. No.
Imagine.
What's
well,
your deal?
it's either women's sports or the fact that he looked down and realized, oh my God, I'm wearing Cowboys gear.
Oh. Nah, I mean, I'll throw up tonight. Don't worry.
No, you won't. They're playing the Cardinals.
Yeah, let's hope that they win.
No, I'm not going to hope that they win, but they are playing the Cardinals.
They are playing the Cardinals. Doesn't sound like
and I won't be able to. By the way, what is this thing we're watching here? What is this
It's called ESPN.
That's a funny name for a TV network.
Maybe you'll get it.
What do they do?
This is a pay cable channel. Yeah, it's very expensive.
Cable.
Yeah.
I don't have cable anymore because someone said you ought to get YouTube.
No, you're
TV.
not allowed to get mad at me about
you
this.
Get YouTube TV.
You didn't have to.
YouTube
Why don't you get something else then?
I
John?
asked a friend for advice, and they said, "I love my YouTube TV. They'd never get rid of any programming that I want."
No, I didn't say that. I didn't think that they'd lose ESPN like they did, though. That's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Go Cowboys. I have an antenna in my car because I'm going to my parents' house.
Yeah.
But I was like, could you bring the antenna over? So I'm bringing an antenna because this is on ABC today.
Yeah,
so if you have an antenna and you want to watch the game.
I did.
You got to get the rabbit ears out.
I did spend a little bit of time on Saturday trying to rig up an antenna system.
How'd that go? What does that mean?
Well, because I still have the lines from the old DirecTV satellite outside the house. No, this is when we actually had
actual DirecTV. My bad. I misunderstood.
And I don't have like a physical antenna, but I was trying, be a little creative with metal.
Yeah, because that's what my parents used to do. They had this
find a coat hanger,
coax cable, and they would plug it into the TV and it would work.
Yeah,
but it doesn't where they live now, and so, or at least in the basement is my guess.
Yeah,
and so I'm bringing over an antenna.
And again, I didn't have time to really do a whole lot with it. So yeah, there's no Monday night for your boy here.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da,
but
ba-da.
I'm hopeful that Major League Baseball, after knowing that I missed the World Series, will just said, you know what? We're going to replay the game. We're just going to say Saturday didn't count. We're going to start it over again and replay Game 7.
I think there's this thing called YouTube. And you could just go watch the game on YouTube.
No. See, I'm already spoiled. I already know what happened.
Oh.
I'm saying that they actually throw out the result of Game 7.
And they just restart it.
And then they just restart it from scratch, and then I could watch that. The only problem with that is my friend who I saved from jumping on Saturday, the potential of him jumping again could happen. Because as I understand it, his team might not win if they replay it again. And I don't want to be responsible for a man's death.
Your friend KD, your fellow Creighton friend KD, says Amazon has an antenna for like $20. Could honestly get one at Walmart. It's super small. It doesn't have to be anywhere special.
Yeah, I know.
Special. Yeah, it's not even, Nick says rabbit ears. It's like rabbit ears if they were flattened into a...
rabbit ears. I have tried indoor antennas, but where I am at, it's down in the basement, and they haven't worked. So
you need something outside.
Yes, this is something that I've started to rig up outside, but I don't have the physical antenna. And I don't feel like going to the store tonight.
You know, you could do, weather's nice, you could put up Christmas lights. I'm just looking out for you. You're going to put them up anyway.
Why don't you just tell me to jump out the window?
I would never tell you to jump. I would put the lights around.
Here I saved a man's life from jumping out the window because of a baseball game, and you're telling me to jump.
Has he thanked you for this? Has he reached out to you today and said thank you?
Careful.
He reached out to me and wanted to thank me for taking up the good fight for talking about baseball, which we will do tomorrow for the final time this year.
Oh, sorry. Hey.
With Mike Farron.
I'm going to miss Mike and Mark.
You're not going to miss him.
I like Mike. I like talking to him. I'm going to miss chatting with him. He's going to have some mean jokes about Nebraska tomorrow, so be ready for that one. Everybody.
Why don't we just have him on year-round then?
Because he doesn't want to talk about baseball year-round.
Yeah, he only gets so much of
I wouldn't have enough questions about baseball in December.
Honestly,
it's hard for me in October. I have takes about game 6 and 7. Those games were nuts.
We're good.
Dude, the double play that ended the game on Friday was great, was brazy. And then the play at the plate, did you see that play in game 7?
Oh, yeah. I saw all the consequential plays until the 11th inning.
Can you imagine?
Because I was filling up my wife's tires.
A Blue Space Jays fan, when you hit that ball that ended up being a ground rule double, the emotions that you had to feel as that ball was in the air of, oh my gosh, it's about to happen. And then it doesn't. And then you lose game 7. Yikes. Tough. Brutal. Brutal.
We'll come back and let's see. Today in content. The college basketball season did tip off today. Unfortunately, Omaha did not win. They lost to the Murray State Jacers and new head coach Ryan Miller and all his ex-Blue Jays.
Oh, no.
By 8. I believe it was 8 was the final margin. But we got a little bit on that. We're going to look ahead to tomorrow because there's an important thing happening tomorrow.
Signing day?
And the NFL. Wow, even Cox is rejecting ESPN.
By the way, a listener just sent us an outdoor antenna for $50.
I know. I've been looking them up.
Okay.
I've been looking them up. I've been looking. I've been looking.
Okay.
I've been doing the looking.
Okay.
I'll probably just go to the store for one. Why order one?
Family.
Because then you got to assemble it.
A family friend of ours, when the digital switch happened, he got it looked like an outdoor antenna, like old school. It was just a little smaller, and he put it in his attic, and it worked fine.
I think you did that back in the day, didn't you?
I never went up in the attic. I'm afraid to go up in the attic because another friend of mine who did try to jump actually crashed through a ceiling once.
Ouchies. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Step on the wood.
Well, this person is
step on the wood, Nick. That will injure a man.
This friend is clumsy and uncoordinated. He's also very old.
You're not old, clumsy, or uncoordinated.
Exactly.
Wait, are you just describing yourself?
No,
right now?
I'm describing this person.
As long as there's not a lawnmower back up there, you're fine.
I'm describing this person who crashed through his own ceiling.
Whatever happened to
like
that
a dysfunctional Santa Claus. He crashed through his own ceiling.
Oh no.
And I bet it was kind of quite the sight of half his body dangling out underneath while his wife and children are looking up going, why did he crash through the ceiling? I mean, this is a visual. I've always wondered what it looked like in my head, and it always looks more comical every time I envision it.
Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know. I think I thought I heard his voice yesterday on a Broncos-Texans game. I'm not 100% sure.
Wow, that's very specific.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Yeah. Poor Moose. 16-20 the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Are you going to be okay?
What do you mean?
Well, Josh was getting very emotional. You know, Jared Jones was on the TV. He was getting a tear in his eye, you know, thinking about how great his owner is.
No, okay, oh my gosh. You are a monster.
No, I'm celebrating Jera. Oh, look, they copying the Rams. We have our own mariachi
Whose
band.
house? Everyone's
Timeshare.
house.
We don't know.
Kiss my ass.
Nice.
I'll tell you whose house it is. MVP's house. That's who it is.
Oh, you're still on this?
Oh, God. Is this the first question of content?
I should
Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky, who's a moron, by the way. Go ahead.
The college basketball countdown is finally done,
Finally!
Josh. I know you've been looking forward to this.
You and John Rothstein. You know what the best part is about college basketball starting?
Nothing.
I no longer have to see John Rothstein's countdowns on Twitter.
Hey, you know what? I haven't seen him because I don't follow that
I
group.
know.
Why do you follow him? He's just annoying.
I know.
You shouldn't follow or mute him.
Well,
Does he follow you back? And unfollow his ass.
Well, I don't.
You seem annoyed by him already. Just delete him.
It's just those tweets. I mean, you know, occasionally
info?
Sometimes there is.
Iona's
there.
playing Wolford.
Now?
No, that's what he usually tweets. Like,
Oh.
on March 8th.
It's specifically always those two schools I'm worried about.
It really is. Yeah.
But you know
What?
something you can't delete or mute, Josh?
What?
College basketball.
Oh.
Dribbling, shooting, lots of bricks for some reason. Don't know why they're throwing bricks at each other. It's a ball sport. And occasionally you get lecturing from the coaches. Give me your excitement for all of this on a scale of 1 to 10.
I am happy that my friend John will be traveling, gallivanting, and calling games because you love this time of year.
You and Andy, who wants me gone.
Yes, the positive, the silver lining is always I can get to work more with other people, which I enjoy, but I will be sad when John is gone. And I get to call 4 games this year, so that'll be exciting too. I'm looking forward to calling some games myself. So I'd say a solid 9.5 because nothing is a perfect 10 in the world.
I'd go 9.8
Oh, okay.
because nothing's perfect in the world. But the 2 10s are docked because Creighton's not playing tonight when everyone else is playing. We have to wait an extra couple of days.
Not only is everyone else playing tonight, John, a few people played this morning at 7 a.m. Central on the Field of 68 YouTube page.
What?
Should more sports do this?
Well, this was the old ESPN idea. You know,
They did 24 hours of hoops.
They did the 24 hours of hoops. Now, I don't think it was opening day, but it was like one of the first days of the year, right?
Were kids playing at 2
I don't think
a.m.?
they did it on opening day.
Yeah, so I can't remember, but they
was
would
early in
do
the
that.
season.
So Nick, they would start at like midnight Eastern time, and they would play all throughout the night, and then it would culminate the next day with like the biggest games.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a
Duke versus
Michigan State or
So
something.
it wasn't
always Duke
they
versus
would
Michigan
record
State.
one and then air it after another
No,
and stagger it
it's
like
all
straight up.
live.
They were all
Nick.
so there were. I mean, they'd obviously get teams that play up in like Alaska or Hawaii, so they could handle.
But
some
there
of
were
the,
some that were legitimately in the mornings.
yeah, there were some that would play like at 6 and 7 a.m.
Okay, so in all seriousness, I think it's awesome. I think it's really cool. I would love to see other sports try it, like Nick's favorite sport, college baseball. Why not do it? Like, I think it'd be really nifty to see college football do it with like some of the smaller schools, you know, who aren't going to be on national TV. Like, would it be weird to have a college football game on at 4 a.m? Yeah, sure. Would people watch it? Of course they would. And it would just be such a unique way to kick the season off, and then you could have it culminate, I think, with a big time match.
I don't disagree with you in principle, but I could hear
Player safety.
Yeah, it's not safe. You can't do this. Football players have to be regimented. Blah blah blah. You know, it is much easier logistically to do with basketball.
True.
Than just about any other sport. Also, there's weather concerns if you play outdoors, but I like that Field of 68 brought this back. I think ESPN has dropped the ball, not only on taking their product away from me, but also on not carrying on this tradition themselves.
Dropped the brick.
Nice.
But good on you, Field of 68. Unfortunately for Omaha, they did lose their game today, but they got to be part of this opening day marathon of basketball.
To Murray State of the College World Series.
What? No, that's not.
That would be the Murray State Jacers.
It was another odd weekend in the NFL with the Colts, Lions, Packers, and Chiefs all going down as favorites. Why is this league so topsy-turvy and weird this season?
The one... The one that actually surprises me more, believe it or not, it's not the Packers, even though they were the biggest home favorite.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the Packers do. They play with their food, and Carolina is not as bad.
I've been saying this for weeks.
As some people want them out to be.
Saying it for weeks.
I think the Lions one just edges out the Colts.
Edging.
For most surprising. Even though the Colts were on the road, but they've been playing so well, and the Steelers have been very this year. But the Steelers actually dominated them for a good chunk of the game yesterday. The Lions with only third-time starter J.J. McCarthy. That one was very surprising. Chiefs weren't surprising because it was at Buffalo.
And it was a short. They were short
and I picked
favorite.
them to win. I picked the Bills
Oh,
to
wow.
win.
Not to brag much.
Anyway, but why is it so topsy-turvy? I think we've answered this question many, many times. There's
Why?
Just a lot of parity.
Yeah, there certainly is. There certainly is. I watched the entire Lions-Vikings game with a dear mutual friend of ours, and he was very surprised at his Vikings for finding a way to win that football game. He could not believe it, and that one was wild. McCarthy was making some really nice throws. You just hope, if you're a Vikings fan, certainly you hope that he can just get some more reps and get some opportunities, and because I think he has some talent. He needs a chance to play more. You're so right about the Packers, and that's why a week from today they play the Eagles. And watch them play extremely well. This is what they do. They raise the level of play in the big moments this year. I think they've stepped up, except when their defense had to defend Dallas on that Sunday night game. But otherwise, I would make the argument they played down, though, to that level of competition because the Cowboys are not on their level this year, and it ended in a tie. Meanwhile, they play like playoff or playoff adjacent teams, and they've dominated for the most part. It's been a very strange year. What explains it? There is a level of parity, and I will say this: we're still early-ish in the season. I know it's now like the halfway mark, but now is the time when the good teams are going to start emerging. And look, the Colts weren't going to run through the NFL this year. They weren't going to finish 16-1. They had some stink bombs, and they still or turnovers, right? They turned it over 6 times. They still lost by 3.
Yeah,
and I know some of those scores were late, but that's what the NFL is.
You mentioned the Eagles. Speaking of them,
they
traded with Miami for one of my favorite players, edge rusher Jalen Phillips. I'm going to miss him a lot. I'm kind of upset about this. I'm a little triggered.
Yeah.
This is in addition to the trades for corners Michael Carter and Jair Alexander. Jair Alexander. Also, lineman Brendan Graham is coming out of retirement to boost the Philly defense.
I don't know if I like that one.
Do we need to be wary of the Eagles?
I thought you were going to keep saying a few more words.
Moves to repeat.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, of course we should. Here's something I'm worried about, John. 4-quarter pick'em, which is available at 1620thezone.com, and you can pick the games. The Eagles are going to be involved in a lot of these games moving forward, including the one on Monday night next week. You can play now at 1620thezone.com. I am frightened. I woke up to this news. Jalen Phillips, are you serious? Getting traded to the Eagles? It should be illegal for this team to get better. Everyone always tells me they're too talented. You wanted the refs arrested. I want Howie Roseman arrested or traded to the Dallas Cowboys. One or the other. Jail, Cowboys, which is a different form of jail.
Well,
I beat you to the joke.
That's wrong.
No, I'm sick of this garbage.
Why do you think this man should be jailed?
Because they're competent and good at their job?
Yes. Why do teams in the NFL engage with them? Say, no, Howie, I will not trade you my best player for cents on the dollar.
Well,
why would I do that?
Maybe that was the best offer they could get.
I am sick of this garbage.
You're going to break the phone.
That phone doesn't work
He
anyway.
already broke the TV. See, they keep taking away
What
our
is
ESPN.
happening? The TV doesn't even want to live in a world where the Eagles repeat. This is trash.
Well, you don't have to worry. They're not going to repeat because they're not doing anything to fix their offense right now.
That's true. Thank God.
Well, they aren't.
For now.
All these moves are to help the defense.
Watch, Saquon will inject himself with something that makes him good again.
Well, they're going to need to do more than that. I mean, the Eagles,
Do the Eagles have a salary cap? Asked Sad Husker fan. No. Again, illegal. What is happening? Can we do an investigation? Get Pablo Torre on this. How are they avoiding the cap? Look at how much they're paying their roster.
Everybody avoids the cap.
Except for my stupid-ass franchise. Their roster costs $1 trillion in Goodell.
How dare you call your franchise stupid? They have the smartest, most able owner in the history of the sport. He's so smart. And then they go out and hire geniuses like Brian Schottenheimer. They're tremendous. I mean, the Dodgers are, I'm sorry.
Dodgers!
See, I call them the Dodgers.
Triggered!
The Eagles are very much like the Dodgers. They will do any. Well, actually, the better comparison, at least to baseball this year, is the Padres. The Padres will do anything and trade for anything to make themselves better. The difference is the Eagles actually win at the end, while the Padres, they lose, and then they get mad at the umpires, and they as they're walking through the tunnel.
At the risk of triggering Josh again, the Green Bay Packers.
What about him?
Oh, he's not going to be triggered by this.
Oh.
He's going to be happy.
Lost a huge offensive piece with the season-ending ACL tear of tight end
He's
Tucker
smiling.
Kraft.
Look at him. He's smiling.
What's
He's
wrong
smiling.
with you?
Look at that ugly face. God, that's an ugly
You
smile.
look like Zoolander. How much does this affect your view of the Packers being among the Super Bowl contenders?
I mean, it hasn't really changed my view only because this is what the Packers do. They tear their knees? No, they play down enough to their competition. That's going
the injury.
That's going to be enough. That's going to be. I haven't bought into the Packers since week 1.
Nice, good on you.
And I get it. They got that great pass rush.
They do.
But they also have a quarterback who will make some of the dumbest throws.
Mr. Derp.
Like he did yesterday.
We're going to start calling him Mr. Derp.
Against the Carolina Panthers. This is a very significant injury because you don't have that safety blanket anymore. But I didn't think the Packers were legit Super Bowl contenders to begin with because there's too much derp on that team.
Dude, he is.
Derps don't win Super Bowls.
He's if Taylor Martinez was better with some of the dumb crap he does on the football field. That should have been INT yesterday was so stupid.
Yeah.
So stupid. In all seriousness, though, this is pretty huge. Tucker Kraft is their best offensive weapon. I mean, he's been awesome this year. He's
the best tight end in the league.
He is, because Brett Bowers has been hurt all year.
Travis Kelce sucks.
Buck Bears.
But he has been awesome. Tucker Kraft has been a legitimate force. And so, to lose him, tough. They've had, for the last few years, their roster on offense has been full of B players. And, collectively, that can be an A sometimes, but then other times they play down and they turn into, a C-level offense. This is going to be a tough hit for them. And, it's going to be hard, I think. I mean, their defense is going to be so good. It's going to be interesting to see how Micah holds up to the cold because his playoff numbers have not been very good. And so what happens if they do get home field and he has to play, 2 home games, or even if they're the 2 seed, and he has to play a couple home games, maybe 3 home games at Lambeau.
How excited are you for tomorrow night's first CFP committee ranking?
I mean, excited isn't the right word. I was seeing some discourse on the old timeline earlier today, wondering what they're going to do. And I don't know, John, I might have talked myself into Indiana or A&M being the 1 seed. Indiana has the Oregon win. Texas A&M has the Notre Dame win on the road. Those are more impressive wins than Ohio State's best win, right? There's this Texas, which was at home, whereas the other 2 went on the road. I think Indiana's going to be the number 1 overall team in the country because they're dominating everyone they play. Their schedule is comparable to Ohio State's, and they have a better win than they do.
I'm going to say it's Ohio State, A, because it is Ohio State, and B, I still think they're going to dock Indiana for the extremely weak non-conference. But you make a valid point. I mean, Indiana's been knocking people on their ass. That was an easy predictions point, by the way, to predict Indiana.
Shout out to you and me
for
biggest blowout. And now they
Sig,
play Penn State.
Someone needs to tell Siggs you don't need style points anymore. But he's like, nope. I'm just going to go out and I'm going to lay the wood to everybody.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I didn't say lay cable. I said lay wood.
Oh, you're right. Alabama has suspended defensive back Dre Kirkpatrick after his arrest on 3 counts of reckless endangerment and a count of attempting to elude police and speeding. What do you think of the suspension by Kalen DeBoer, and would Georgia give him a helmet sticker instead for a similar act?
As soon as I saw that this was the reason why he got suspended, I'm like, wow, be very different if he was playing in Athens, Georgia versus Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Good for you, Kalen DeBoer. Actually have team rules and enforce them.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of impressed given that they're in the same league as the Georgia Bulldogs, who do seemingly reward players for making the same decisions.
Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. There's content. Coming up next, what's for dinner?
Ooh.
We'll tell you about that next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors. And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday was homemade runses.
How'd that go?
My wife's homemade runses.
Did you say no cabbage, please?
No.
Oh.
Christian did though because he's a child.
Shout out to you, Christian.
They're very good. They're delicious, and those will be on the meal tonight.
Ooh, leftovers.
She worked very hard on them, and there's always plenty of extras. So a little bit of that. I might stop at Runza and get some onion rings to go with them.
Oh. So last night
maybe I'll just have Fritos.
We had soup with is it gnocchi? I always want to pronounce it ganache, but it's gnocchi.
It is definitely not ganache.
Ganache is what I want to
pronounce. It's a very different thing. Josh likes his soup frosted.
Ganache is how you say it. It was really good. I'm a soup guy, famously. I always have been.
Always have been.
Tonight, going over to my parents, having dinner there, and I just got a text because I thought it was going to be burgers or something. My dad says ribs, and then he adds pivot, and then adds mac and cheese as well. Look at that, ribs.
Do those
I have ribs for lunch? That's why I'm doing this. What are you gonna say?
Do those come up easier watching a Cowboys game?
I hate you. I hate you.
Last night was leftovers. Tonight, it's either going to be Indian or some kind of pasta with chicken.
Wow. Delicious. Okay. Can we go through the why could it be Indian or why could it be some kind of pasta?
Because she said we are either going to do Indian or
like
some
you're going
kind of pasta.
out to eat or
no? We're thawing chicken.
Okay.
We will be making one or the other.
It's a games time decision.
Yes.
Wow, fascinating.
By the way, we were mentioning earlier about the whole, it's hard to watch things on YouTube TV now because you would lead people astray.
Yes.
If you are affected, if you are one of the people affected by this, you can always listen to the game right here on 1620 The Zone.
Well, that's a great point, Nick. The radio. Have you thought about the radio?
I listen to football on the radio a lot lately. It's great.
I enjoy listening to football on the radio.
I like watching it more.
I listened to the Texas Vandy game while I was walking Wrigley.
Our
on
friends
Saturday.
at Westwood One do a fantastic job.
This was actually Craig Way of the Texas Network, who's a great play-by-play announcer.
What was the line that we had in predictions? Did we have 3.5?
For Texas, it was 2.5.
Ah, damn it!
I hit 2 of our picks by a half point because the Minnesota game, we got that at 3.5. They won by 3.
Oh, those jerks.
And Texas, we had it 2.5.
And they won by 3.
And I had it, So
wow. That's pretty. And I know I missed the Nebraska one. We all missed the Nebraska USC game.
I was the only one that had the under.
Yeah, I had a huge over. I was way off.
That Minnesota game was wild to watch. They had that on at the Blur tailgate.
Yeah.
How about them picking up the flag?
Yeah, tell me about the Blur tailgate.
Blur tailgate. So there's one more, sadly, of these pregame
and that's
shows.
It.
And that's for the Iowa game. You can go to 1620thezone.com right now and enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur tailgate party. That will be November 28th. John, have you thought about reaching out to our bosses and saying, we should do 1620 the pregame next season for the road games too? And I, John Bishop, would like to volunteer. Have you thought about it?
Nope.
I think you would do awesome.
Nope.
I think the audience would love it.
Why would I want to do that?
If you want that, email the radio station. What do you mean? Why would you?
Why would you want to do that?
Why would you want to do
Why
that?
would I want to go on the road for every game?
No, you could do the show from home.
No, I think that's a terrible idea.
Why?
Because.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't argue with that. Nick, what do you think of the
because
idea? You're the director of video.
Because I wouldn't have all the fun and frivolity with the friends of the Blur tailgate.
I'll come to your house and yell at you.
John doesn't have enough Husker stuff in the background of where his video
Excellent
is.
point.
Oh,
Nick.
yeah. 1620 the pregame will look great with all that Creighton stuff in the background. Tomorrow, the final Mike